Just fixing some last minute stuff. So I'm having to hotspot off my phone because I'm having some internet connection issues. I'm actually getting a new router tomorrow, so currently having to shut up. So I'm actually hotspotting this off the data from my phone, so hopefully we'll see how it goes and see where we get. So yes, so is that working? How am I coming through on the audio chat? Is everything okay? Am I a bit disjointed? I'm a bit concerned about how the Wi-Fi from my phone is going to affect the audio. So if that's okay, we'll kind of progress ahead. So just wait for chat to catch up. You guys can just let me know if I am tolerable on the audio sound. Sounds good. Okay, so like I say, unfortunately, due to the internet issue, I don't think I'm going to be able to show you all the stuff that I wanted to show you. But this is going to kind of be, I'm going to show you some videos and just some pictures and stuff. For people who are not aware, it's been a while since I've streamed. I went on a little trip. I'm sure people who are in my Telegram or follows me on other social media will be aware that I've recently spent around about 2 weeks in Belarus. So I'm kind of going to be talking about that, my experiences there, the cool stuff I seen, the guns I shot, what life is there from the little I seen of it, and just generally what life in Belarus seems to be like, and some of the experiences, views, and stuff from the Belarusians that I met and spoke to, and some of the expats I met out there, what their views are on like Russia, Ukraine, how they view Belarus in regards to Russia and Ukraine, and in terms of the wider Europe and the like. So I'm afraid that quite a lot of the stuff I was going to show you, my friend in Minsk was actually sending me video files for days of some of the stuff that we filmed, but they're big files, and I doubt I would be able to download even half of them with my phone hotspot internet. So unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to show you a lot of that. But I do have a fair bit to show you guys anyway. Stuff that I was able to get up onto my computer already, or stuff that I've been throwing up on the Telegram or on Instagram while I was out in Belarus and since I've come back. So there's still a bit. And I do plan to make like a dedicated standalone video or videos of various bits that I've seen out in Belarus, interesting things I want to do little stories on or flesh out. So I'm going to try and do some standalone videos on this channel and see how that goes over the coming month. So tell you what, OBS has completely changed seemingly since I last used it in the last couple months, so I'm still trying to get a bit of a hang of it, and YouTube is very different from whenever I did my last streams. There's a goal button. I don't know what this does, but we'll put a goal. And I don't know. Let's see what that does. Right. So how is everyone? How are you guys all keeping? I hope you've all been keeping well. So tell you what, if we reach that goal, I'll do a stream on Ukraine tomorrow or something. So let me just check. So basically what I'm going to be doing is I'll be showing you various photos and stuff and videos just kind of in the computer archive that I've got, because I'm not going to have to download those, and they're not going to take up too much bandwidth or processing power on my computer. So I'm going to play it a bit safe and just hope the internet works with us. Like I say, tomorrow this new router should be in, and we should be up pretty good then. And then I might do another stream on Belarus in the days to come, sometime next week. So, I'm not too sure where exactly, you know, I always do these streams rather haphazardly. I should probably actually start to plan them. But, so, to kind of start it all out, I was planning to travel at some point this year. It's been a couple years. Last time I really sort of traveled was back in 2022, whenever I went out with Black Pigeon Speaks with Felix, and we had a bit of a jaunt around Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary in autumn of 2022. That's kind of the last time I really did any, like, quote-unquote traveling. It's the last time I really went abroad as such. So I was planning to go somewhere this year. I was actually thinking probably Serbia or Georgia was the kind of the two that I was looking at. Those were the ones that I was planning to go to. But very kindly in October, November, I think it was, sometime around then, a party, shall we say, reached, party as in just generic plural, not party as in like political party, just a party, an individual, an entity, a institution as such, that's the term I'm using it in, reached out to me and actually offered to effectively fund my travel and accommodation to go out to Belarus. So my initial impression of that was, is this like a Dubai thing? Am I being pimped out or something? Thankfully, it turned out that didn't happen, and very generously, there's this party did come through on it. He funded my they funded my travel, my accommodation in Belarus. Extremely generous, and I'm extremely thankful to them for that. So that's kind of how this all started as such. So I was planning to potentially go to Serbia or Georgia, maybe around about summertime, just to kind of get out of the country, go somewhere interesting. But then this offer came in just around about winter last year. So I was a little skeptical at first, but whenever it came like as a serious offer, I very much took it by the horns, as it were. So, is this still coming through okay? People saying in the Telegram that the quality isn't good. So, for the person who's complaining, the Lukashenko video that I played at the start, it doesn't have very good quality to begin with. So I was just using that as a placeholder. So, hopefully the internet coming off my phone is rendering something intelligible for you guys. No one else seems to be complaining in the chat. So, this party guys offered to fund my travel out. So I was kind of expecting it to be maybe around about May or somewhere like that, but they were pushing it for sooner rather than later. So we said, I think he originally wanted to come out in January or something like that. And I was able to push it back a little bit to February because I wanted to prepare a few things and get a bit more money together. So we kind of settled for the end of February into March, which I actually think kind of probably worked out very well in the end for a number of reasons. So that's kind of where the genesis of this came from. It was rather, I don't want to say sudden, but it came very fast whenever it was first proposed, and then to the fruition of it. So I've now, because I'm like politically autistic, obviously I know a bit about Belarus, the history, the politics of the place, and just in general the sort of nick of the country. Plus there's a couple of friends I have who live out there who've given me various sent me stuff, or they've sent videos or told me about the place, so I kind of had an idea of what to expect whenever I went out there. But I was kind of blown away by just how like good the place was. I very much enjoyed my time out there. But I think I'll probably approach this in sort of like a semi-chronological order. If anyone has any questions or anything about my experiences about going to Belarus, the process of entering the country or anything like that, do fire through a super chat or something, and I'll get forward to answer them. So the thing that kind of, I think, probably brought this to the fore was the Belarusian government. I think it was halfway last year or relatively recently. This isn't something that they normally do, and I believe it expires at the end of 2025. But the Belarusian Ministry for Foreign Affairs effectively gave an open visa-free allowance for 30 or 90 days, depending on the specific nationality, for pretty much anyone, all citizens of European countries. So all EU member states, the United Kingdom, and pretty much countries in Europe have a visa-free allowance for at a minimum of 30 days. At maximum, I believe some of them are 90 days. So the kind of offer was too good to be true, as it were. Thankfully, it did turn out to be true and very good. So we kind of moved to exploit that. So I traveled on a EU passport because I've a number of passports in my possession. I have a British passport and a couple others from other countries. So I thought, because not to go into too much, I am planning to travel to certain other countries, and I know that some of those countries might present an issue to then travel to other states or countries in times to come. So I thought, well, I'll use one passport for one sort of country, and then I'll use another passport for another set of countries, and then just kind of go through it that way. So my initial plan was to travel on a EU passport. I took my British passport just as a backup in case. So I went under the EU visa waiver. That was kind of how I did it. So I first went to London a week beforehand. It's actually kind of serendipitous. I was going to spend at least a couple days in London before, this was the original plan, before we then went out to Lithuania to go to Belarus, because I needed to change money and just have lunch with a couple friends in London. But in the weeks leading up to it, Marcus Dankula, he was telling me that he was floated to be the the gimmick at a like right-wing influencers, social media influencers event in London called Dark. And then serendipitously, I was actually ended up getting an invite myself to attend this event the next day. So I went out to London a week before to attend this event. It was, like I said, it's kind of like a big right-wing social media influencer kind of thing, a big social networking event. Kind of the thing I kind of had to be at because of some of the circles I moved in. So I went out a week earlier to attend that, and it was kind of a very interesting juxtaposition from my experiences in London to then my experiences in Minsk, because I found it very, very eye-opening. So not going to dwell too much on London. I'm sure people know enough what London is like. So I flew in from Northern Ireland, flew into Luton. I got the train from Luton down to King's Cross. Literally 5 minutes getting off the train at St. Pancras. I bought, because I didn't have money on my contactless card, and my other card only works whenever I put in the PIN number, so I had to get an Oyster card to use the underground. So I bought an Oyster card, put £20 on it, walked out of St. Pancras station. If anyone knows the area, literally as you go up the steps to go to like where the hotel is, I was just standing up there, took a picture, then I was on my phone, then I felt something in my pocket, and I turned around, and then some fucking black guy had pickpocketed my Oyster card. And this is like literally 5 minutes of me getting off the train at St. Pancras, and he legged it down the street. So I was like, well, this is off to a great start, because I'd lived in London for years, and yeah, five minutes back into the city. You know, never been mugged, never been attacked, never really had problems outside of like political stuff. And 5 minutes off the train back into London, and my Oyster card had just been pickpocketed by some black guy, which was like, okay. So it's interesting to see. So I go back to London every few months, and you can just physically see the decline in the place. Every couple months you see it becoming more diverse, and the resulting social decay that brings with it. So off to a great start in London. I went to my Airbnb, checked in there, bit pissed off naturally. Went, seen a couple friends, changed around about 800, 900 pounds into dollars, because I'd been advised that it was better to have US dollars on hand as opposed to British pounds to change into Belarusian rubles whenever we went out there. So I never ended up changing pounds in the end, but I did decide, I'll take out $1,000 and I'll take out £1,000, and I'll probably try and see if I go through all the rubles and dollars, I'll see about changing up into pounds, but I never ended up having to do that. So that, I then attended the Dark party itself, which was quite good. Some emails I need to follow up on that. But then after the Dark party, I don't know if any of you guys seen some of, I kind of got a bit drunk, did some silly videos on particularly Instagram of me being drunk, drinking alcohol infused yogurt drinks and stuff. Very, very good hangover cure. Probably not the best health move, but but then I don't know, in the tube I then caught like beriberi or something, I don't know, diphtheria or tuberculosis. Just the state of the tube is just, it's depending on the station, but in general, like the London Underground, it kind of has that gritty, grotty feel to it. But even then, from what I'm used to, is it's just become even more filthy. And somewhere along the line, I picked up God knows what, which just floored me. And then I had to I went from my Airbnb to stay at a couple friends. And I was on the tube from, I'm not going to say the exact place, but I was on the I should know this, I've lived in London, the Piccadilly line, going east. And then there was a signal fire, and I got trapped on the Piccadilly line. And I was basically dying. Like, I couldn't breathe. My nose was clogged. I had a massive headache. I was just, not a good experience. And the tube was moving like one station for every hour and a half was the speed it was going, and I was trapped on this. I was dead. I needed to get to the house to the people I was staying with, so I could just put my head down and just like collapse and go to sleep. So I was on the tube for about 3-4 hours, and we moved about like 3 or 4 stations. So I thought, screw this. I'm basically about to pass out. I have a massive suitcase and all my equipment with me. So I got off. Now it was the kind of illness where you're very sensitive to temperature changes. So if there was like a slight cold outside, I had the chills, and it was London in the middle of February. So I went outside, and I was like about to die of hypothermia is what it felt like. So I went outside, I flagged down a taxi, and it was a black cab. So I had to pay £60 to go about 5 miles in the taxi. Went to my friend's house, collapsed into their bed. I was actually invited out by a couple of Polish friends. They invited me out to like a very fancy Polish restaurant in Kensington. There was no way I was going to make that. I was basically on death's door, so I had to cancel that, which was frustrating. I had to pay £60 for this taxi. The next day, well, it wasn't the next day because I think I stayed in bed the entire next day or something, but the next time I was able to leave the house, I went to the tube, tried to check in with my Oyster card. My Oyster card had been drained of all its funds because, let me see if I've got the picture, because apparently if you check in, if you like tap into the tube, let me just see if there's no, yeah, so there's nothing really problematic with that. So this was great. So I went to not check in, but tap in to go into the tube, and all my money was gone, because so I have to try and get a refund from TfL on 2 accounts. One for the taxi because their service was broke, so I have to get 60 to £80 back from them. But then here, like I'm just going to be pedantic because I checked, so I tapped in at 5:30. But then because it took like an hour and a half, 2 hours later for me to tap out, they fined me, which I didn't know they do. Like apparently if you tap into the tube and you don't leave within like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, is they fine you. So I got fined for tapping in. And then so like no touch out. So I tapped to go into the tube, but because apparently in 2 hours, if you don't tap out, they fine you. So I was fined to go into the tube, and then they fined me again for tapping out of the tube, which was just great. So London was basically, it was like a disaster. It was nice to see people, nice to catch up with friends, but the city's filthy. It's disgusting. It's full of crime. It's very diverse. You've got a shitty local government, which is doing shit like this, which is fining you for tapping in and tapping out. And then they have this really obscure way to try and get a refund. So the point is, what I'm trying to build up in is like, this was my experience of a week in London just before I go to Minsk. So I then go up to Luton, stay in a hotel. This is where I met the person I was going to be traveling with up at the train station in Luton. Like I was in death's door, and it was just like one thing after the other. So the tube was broke one day, and I was dying on the tube. They fined me on the tube for tapping in, and then they fined me for tapping out. Took all my money off my Oyster card, and then I have to pay £60 to get a taxi to go 5 miles to the house. And then I come back. I'm going to the airport. I get on the train from Luton, and I hate Luton Airport. It is shit. Just despicable airport. Anyone who's ever dealt with Luton Airport, they'll know implicitly why I hate the airport. But I get the train to go up to Luton Airport, and then the train, does it go to Luton Airport? It stops at, I think it's like Banbury or somewhere, which is like 10 miles to the south of the airport itself. So I'm basically still dying of this illness, and it's just like God is punishing me. London has cursed me. So I was genuinely, I was at the stage. So I get off at the train at Banbury, and then there's replacement bus services. But the buses, like the guys marshalling are like Pakistani and some African guy, and they barely speak English. And yet they're trying to direct like hundreds of people getting off the trains, trying to get to the airport to get flights, or they're going home to wherever they've commuted to into London. So there's hundreds of people crowded around this small train station in like I say, I believe it was in Banbury, listening to people who barely speak English, marshal them onto buses. So you would imagine, well, if this is the Airport Express train, surely a lot of the buses should be like Airport Express buses because people are going to be missing their flights. No, there's like 4 buses to Bedford turn up before the first bus to Luton turns up. And there's like 300 people at this train station waiting to get on the bus. And obviously the bus only takes like 40 people. So the Luton bus fills up immediately. The Bedford buses are like a quarter full. And I'm just sitting here out in the cold. It's raining. I'm dying. Basically, I'm like fucking dying outside. And I was genuinely, seriously considering messaging the guy I was going to go to Belarus with and just telling him, look, bro, I'm like about to die. The trains are fucked. I'm literally about to keel over and die in the side of a ditch in Banbury, and just kind of call the whole thing off. But eventually I was able to kind of sneakily push my way through a bunch of French people and like force my way onto a bus. So get on the bus up to Luton, meet the guy I was traveling with, which was good, but I felt really bad because he's a very jolly, very happy guy, a member of the channel, happy to meet me and everything. And I got off the bus and I was just like dead. I wasn't fun. I wasn't talkative. I was just like, bro, I'm probably going to infect you with like tuberculosis or something. Like, I've got consumption from the tube. I'm about to keel over. I'm hungry, but I can barely eat. Every slight gust of wind, I feel like I'm an ice cube. I just need to get in the bed. And I felt bad. I really did, because this guy'd been waiting for hours. I get off the thing and I'm like pale white and I'm about to die. And I felt really bad for it. So we went and got like a shitty chicken meal at some place near the hotel near the airport, and I barely ate that. Then I go home. Well, not home. I go into my room in the hotel at Luton, and there's like kids, like there's kids in this hotel. And it's, you know, it's not like the Premier Inn or something. Like, it's a fairly decent hotel chain. You know, it's like, I'm not going to say it's a luxury train, but you know, it's a fairly decent hotel chain that we stayed in right by the airport. And there's like all these black kids like just sitting in the halls of the hotel, or they're running about the halls, or they're going up and down in the elevators. You know, like, it's hard to explain, but like if you go into a hotel, you know, it's like they're either in the restaurant or the bar, or they're in their rooms. But yet these kids were just like meandering about. And then because they're fucking refugees, the hotel is full of refugees. Most of the rooms are being used to house refugees. I'm just like, it's, you know, it's like the British humiliation ritual in life. I was living it live. I was experiencing it in real time. I get pickpocketed, basically. I get robbed in London the second I'm off the tube. I then catch like a tropical disease at the height of winter on the tube. Nothing works. The tube doesn't work. I get fined because the tube doesn't fucking work. The train doesn't work. So I basically die waiting for a new a bus to go to the worst airport in Britain. And now I get into the hotel. The hotel's quite nice, but it's full of refugees, and you got these fucking kids running about everywhere. And I'm basically on death's door, and I'm like, I was like, this is cursed, absolutely cursed. So I get in the bed, we were, it was an early morning flight to Lithuania the next day, so I went to sleep. Got into bed early. I wake up at 3 in the morning, drenched in sweat. I don't want to sound disgusting or something, but that kind of, whenever that illness where you just sweat it out, but it's a cold sweat. So I wake up and I'm freezing. I'm like shivering and I thought I was drowning. And I'm just like, great, I'm in clothes that I now need to change. So I go at like 3 in the morning. I'm like, I have to be up in 2.5. I only got into the hotel at like 11. So I'm like, great, I've only had like 2.5 hours sleep. And now I have to go have a shower, get changed, and sit in a warm shower just to warm myself up. And then I have to wake up in 2 hours to now deal with the worst fucking airport in Britain. So I was just like, this trip is cursed. So my expectations were low. I was planning for the worst. But we get to the airport. Check-in seems to go smoothly. We were a little late, but thankfully we were able to quickly skip through security, which was nice. And we got onto the plane, but I was still sick, which was, and this will kind of be a theme. We got on the flight to Lithuania. The flight wasn't actually too long. We flew via Wizz Air to Vilnius, and I kind of somewhat dozed off, but I can never really sleep whenever I travel, so I was awake for it all. The person I was traveling with, I think he was able to go to sleep, but we go to Lithuania, we land, and this is a new country. I've never been in Lithuania before, and I'm sure you guys gather, being in my autistic little community, like I'm obsessed with like history, politics stuff. Soviet stuff is cool to me. This is in Lithuania, being a former republic of the USSR itself. I thought, oh, this is going to be novel and cool. But we get off the plane, and I'm still fairly sick. Vilnius airport, if I wasn't sick, I would have loved that because it's an old Soviet air terminal. The terminal was an old Soviet terminal. I took some pictures of it. In fact, do I have it on Instagram? So let me see. I think I did some pictures of it on Instagram, or did I put it as stories? So yeah, so here so this is just somewhat just a couple of snaps that I was able to picture. Like I know it probably doesn't look much, but to autistic people like me, old Soviet style terminal. I love this stuff. So it was basically kind of on death's door, but while I was half delirious looking up and admiring the Soviet architecture of the place, that was kind of something that put a little spring in my step. So I traveled on one of my EU passports. The person I was traveling with, he traveled on his British passport, so I was able to just skip straight for the queue into the EU national line, whereas he had to wait because he's obviously, because of Brexit and stuff, he's no longer entitled to that. So I was able to just go straight through to pick up the bags, picked up his bag and waited for him to come through, took out some money in euros from the bank. Then we got a nice little taxi into Vilnius Old Town. I don't really have many pictures of Vilnius Old Town. So we were staying in the Old Town just for a day because, you travel. We didn't want to get off the plane in Vilnius and then get straight on a bus for potentially 5 hours to Minsk. So we thought, well, never been to Lithuania before, never been to Vilnius before. We'll have a day in Vilnius just to kind of kick about. But I was sick, so I felt really bad because, like I say, the guy I was traveling with, he's very jolly, he's very personable, and he'd first met me at the hotel, and I was dying. We got off the flight in Lithuania, and I was still basically dying. And he was like, "Yo, do you want to come out? We'll have a look around the Old Town, have a couple of drinks." And I was like, "Bro, I can't do it. I need to sleep." So we went into the Airbnb, very nice Airbnb in the Old Town, old architecture and stuff. Very, very nice. A little bit chilly because the heating was a bit strange, but I basically slept most of the day. I was just out of it. Managed to pick up a bit. The day we were going to go to Belarus, I was able to, or the day before we went to Belarus, I was able to kind of pick up a bit. And I was able to travel outside. So that's where I got some pictures of the central I don't want to like my own pictures. The central Vauxhall in Vilnius. So as you can see, this was, you know, we went into this area. I seen this building. I was like, that's Soviet architecture. I need to go see this. So this is the central Soviet built train station in Vilnius, which I got some pictures of, which kind of enlightened me a bit. This was the day we went to Belarus, so the bus station. Tell you what, I'll bring up some Google Maps just to kind of outline where all this stuff is. So like the little I seen of Vilnius, I want to go back. I feel like I missed a lot of it because I was so sick. But so this is just to give you an idea of the geography of the place. So this is, we're flying into the airport, which is obviously down here. I was looking out the window and I could see like all the old Soviet apartment blocks. And as we were coming into land, I seen like there's a big but obviously big Soviet sports palette. This is it here. So I seen this from the plane and I wanted to come and see this, but because I was sick, I never ended up doing it, which is unfortunate. But this is like a big Soviet style building, but I don't think my internet is going to have the capability to. No, I don't think my phone Wi-Fi is going to pan it out. But anyway, so this is what I really wanted to see. Didn't get to it, so we stayed here. This is the old town. And can I do it without 3D? I just want the satellite, not the 3D, because I think the 3D is probably what's going to kill. I'm just trying to be conscious of what my phone Wi-Fi will actually permit me here. Yeah, there you go. So, Vilnius looks small. I think it is quite a small city, but I wouldn't know because all I seen was the old town, and I was sick for half of it. So, we stayed in the old town roundabout down this sort of area because this is the big Dom Kultura that I seen. So I was able to get a little bit better, went out to explore, seen a few churches. Let me see if I have some lovely Russian Orthodox churches and Catholic churches in the old town. Do I have any pictures of them? I think they might still be on my phone. I know I did upload quite a few of them as stories on Instagram. So, hint, hint, plug, plug. You're interested in like all this kind of stuff. I've uploaded a fair few stuff onto my Instagram, and I'll be uploading more stuff as the days and weeks come ahead, and my internet restores, and I'm able to get back into. There we go. Sorry, I just need to. I've uploaded saved quite a few of these photos and stuff into the Telegram chat, so I'm just having to quickly strip them from there. So, on this. And just bear with me, I'm just saving these, and then I will put them in a folder, and I'll show you guys. Is that all the stuff from Vilnius? There's a couple there. So no, I can't see anything in that photo. So do illness pictures, and let's stick these in there. So right, so this is the old town here. Like I say, we stayed in an Airbnb the first couple nights that we were there, and I had a bit of an explore around here. No, I don't think. Oh, is my phone just going to? Yeah. So we were staying in this area. We had a little exploration here. So this is an old Soviet dom called Tora. I'm pretty sure that would have been. While we were there, it was decked out. Like the amount of Ukrainian flags in this place was unreal. So tell you what, I'll just throw up. So there was a nice old Russian Orthodox church there, which was next to the Airbnb we stayed in. Like I say, I was only able to get a couple of short snaps of Vilnius because I was in bed, dying most of it. We did go into church and filmed some of the Russian Orthodox chants, which was very enchanting. So this is the back entry to one of our Airbnbs. So I kind of felt really bad. Like I say, the guy I was traveling with, he was out exploring, having a couple of pints, doing all this stuff on his own, while I just wasn't able to do it on the way in to Belarus, and it just didn't work out on the way back from Belarus. So if and when I do go back, I'd like to try and meet up with him. So just if he is listening, to the Lithuanian guy, the guy in Vilnius, I apologize for that. I did want to meet up and maybe have a drink or two, but again, just me basically dying. You probably would have caught tuberculosis or something from me. Gift from London. So Vilnius, from what I've seen of it, very picturesque city, very nice little city. Whenever I go back to Belarus, I'd like to spend a little bit longer in Vilnius and have a proper little exploration of the place, because it does seem like a very nice, quaint, untouched in many ways city. So this is a picture from the hotel we stayed in, actually coming back. So we stayed in Lithuania, in Vilnius, I think for 1 or 2 days going to Belarus, and then we stayed in Vilnius one night coming back from Belarus. So this is a picture from our hotel of the old town, next to the train station. So so this is the old town. This is the train station here. This is the hotel looking out. That picture's from of the old town. So this is the bus station. This is where you get for people who are thinking of recreating my little trek, what you do is you get a bus from this bus station. And again, this is a lovely old, me being autistic, I love the Soviet architecture. This is a lovely old Soviet bus station here. If my phone potato internet is going to allow it to render a bit. So from one of these stands is you get a bus to Minsk. I believe it comes via Eurolines. So it was quite early in the morning that we were getting the bus out to Minsk from here. So this is it. This is an interesting little place. I believe there's a whole bunch of like hookers and prostitutes and stuff prowl outside the train station in these areas. These little box things, these are actually like micro pubs, micro bars. We actually had a couple of drinks in them on our way back in some of these. It's an interesting experience. Bit of a like you really see the sort of Slavic because Vilnius has a fairly sizable Slavic Russian population, and you know, the whole reputation for Slavs being alcoholics. I seen a lot more of it in Vilnius than I did in Minsk. So like this area here in front of the train station, the bus station, like these little micro bars, like we had a drink in there, and then there was another one, might have been in one, I think it was in that one there. Especially after dark, is we seen a lot of people really drunk, staggering about, a couple of people fighting, a couple of clearly prostitutes. They seem to congregate in this area for whatever reason, not too sure why. But yeah, that was our little experience of this place. Particularly on the way back is where we seen a lot of that, which was kind of a bit eye-opening. So this is a very nice old Soviet Stalinka here as well. So that's the train station. This is where I took these photos here. So we went to the day we were going to Minsk. Like I say, it was an early morning bus. So we went to the bus station. On our taxi or Uber up. No, it was a Bolt actually. Our Bolt from the old town up to the bus station. We passed the train station. I looked at it and was like, I need to check that out. So the person I was traveling with, me and my friend, we were waiting in the ticket hall in the bus station. It's about an hour or so till our bus actually arrived. So I told him, look, I'm gonna go up and have a quick check of the train station. So I did, ran up, took a couple of these pictures, ran back. Then we waited for our bus. So this is kind of where it gets interesting for people who are considering going to Belarus. We'd been told all kinds of stories. So the people I know in Belarus, they told us like you could be waiting at the border for hours. The Lithuanians have a habit of just like harassing people or frustrating people at the border. You could be interviewed by the Belarusian KGB for whatever reason. You know, you could be barred entry to Belarus. You know, like for example, I didn't buy into like this sign at the border. Kind of gives you an idea of what the perception is. So this is on the Lithuanian side going into Belarus. So the top is in Lithuanian, the bottom is obviously in English. So this is just before you travel to the Belarusian side of the border. It says, do not risk your safety. Do not travel to Belarus. You may fail to come back. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, warning, traveling to Belarus is a danger to Lithuanian citizens' life, health, and all this kind of stuff. There was another bigger sign that basically said, you may not come back from Belarus with your life. Let me see. Do I still have the Foreign Office guidance handy? So, like, this is the British Foreign Office. Obviously advises against all travel to Belarus for whatever reason whatsoever. You know, risk of arbitrary detention, risk of armed conflict. You know, it's a dictatorship. You could be arrested and disappeared at any opportunity and all this kind of stuff. So that was kind of like the extremes of what we were taught. One side, so like don't want to go into too much because it's not my place to say, but the person I was traveling with, like people in his life kind of like were, from what he told me, they were trying to prepare like an intervention for him to like warn him not to go to Belarus. Like, why would you go to this dangerous country? So on one side we were being told like, you know, you could basically be shot at the border, or you could disappear into like a Soviet gulag, or, you know, the Russian government could kidnap you for like a hostage exchange, or all this mad stuff. I knew that was like bullshit. That's like, you know, I'm politically autistic enough to know that doesn't really happen. But then the people that I knew in Belarus, particularly some of the expat guys, they were telling me like, look, you're prepared to wait. You could be at the border for like 5, 10, 15, 20 hours, depending on what the Lithuanians are like. You know, the Lithuanians could just decide to hold up things at the border. You could be waiting there for a while. Just be prepared for that. So that was what we were expecting. So before that, you know, me and the person I was traveling with, we had a bit of a a bit of a chat. We were discussing, like, you know, if it goes bad, if one of us gets turned away or both of us gets turned away, say if the Belarusians refuse entry to one of us or both of us, like this guy, he said to me, look, if I get turned away, you carry on, but I wasn't going to do that. If I was turned away, he said he wouldn't go on. So I was like, look, if this guy if the person I'm traveling with, if he's refused entry to Belarus, just out of principle, I'm not going to carry, as much as I would have hated doing it. I just out of principle, I wasn't just going to like abandon him at the border and then carry on with my jollies. So we were kind of spitballing ideas, and it was like, well, look, if Belarus basically says, you know, you're not welcome, I kind of cheekily suggested, well, then if we aren't going to Belarus, you know, why don't we go to Ukraine or something, like get the train down to Warsaw and then like go to Lvov or something, you know. Like I was out to have a travel, and I wanted to, you know, I was in the mind to like do a trip to like something related to like the channel and what I cover here. So I was like, well, either it's going to be Belarus or it's going to be Ukraine. So like my backup plan, he was kind of against it because he thought, you know, he's very pro one side and it's not to the benefit of Ukraine. So he was concerned, like, if he went to Ukraine, he got a bit drunk, said the wrong thing, you know, could have caused problems, stuff like that. I was happy to go to Ukraine if things in Belarus didn't work out. So we were working out like these backup plans if things didn't work out, and stuff like that. Obviously, Russian visas and stuff, and considering our dickhead prime minister is constantly trying to start a war with Russia, probably not the best time to do an impromptu trip to Moscow, which is kind of what we wanted to do. But so we were spitballing these ideas, like, look, if we get turned away at the border, what are we going to do? What's the plan? Stuff like this. So we got on the bus. It was actually a surprisingly short trip from Vilnius to the border. So this is the bus station. Then it is the border crossing near Ashmane. Yeah, here. So do we have... Is there a little measurement thing? Does this map have a little measure thing? I don't think so. I think this is about like 30 miles from Vilnius itself to the border crossing. Surprisingly short trip, which was quite good because I was still quite ill at this stage. I was a little better, but I was still not in a good way. So our friend, one of our friends in Minsk, he actually very kindly offered to come and pick us up at the border. So if we got on the bus, we got through the border, we just tell the bus driver to let us off on the other side of the border crossing, and he'd pick us up and drive us in his car. So we got the bus to the border, which is here. This is the border crossing here. This is obviously the Lithuanian side. This is the Belarusian side. And right click for distance. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that handy tip. So Vilnius Old Town. Measure distance. Distance to here. Yeah, about 30 miles, 30 kilometers. So it's not too far from Vilnius to the main border crossing, or at least the one that we crossed by. So obviously this is all since been built. Actually, some of the buildings on the Lithuanian side have been burned down. I don't know the story about that, if it was an accident or whatever. I don't think there is much trouble at this border to have caused that, but all this is now built up. A couple of buildings are burnt down, but we went up there expecting to be there for potentially hours. And surprisingly, on the Lithuanian side, it was actually rather quick. We went through exit control, showed our passports, looked at the interesting signs saying how we were going to be killed, murdered, raped, whatever else in Belarus. Thought that was interesting. Had a quick look in duty free, and then the bus then moved on to the Belarusian side of the border. So this side goes into Lithuania. This side goes out and into Belarus. So we went down this side. This is kind of where it got interesting. This is like, I was like, oh wow, this is so cool. This is never had this happen before kind of experience. So the bus enters the Belarusian side of border control. A young guy, which I've since learned, a lot of the border control, a lot of the border guards and stuff are actually they're teenagers or they're in their their early 20s, because they do national service. There is conscription in Belarus, and a lot of like the policing, obviously the military jobs, the border control jobs and stuff, and apparently even elements of the KGB, like conscripted teenagers and stuff will go and do their national service with them, which is rather interesting. So this young guy gets on. He speaks in Russian, obviously, because everyone in Belarus speaks in Russian. He's in his uniform, and I'm like, oh wow, this is cool. There's a guy in like a Soviet-esque Belarusian border guard uniform. So I'm like, this is fucking cool. He gets on, starts shouting in Russian, not aggressively, but just so everyone on the bus can hear, like, you know, start saying in Russian whatever he needs to say, and then I hear the words Ukrainsky passport, which is obviously, you know, Ukrainian passport. He's asking anyone with Ukrainian passports, make yourself known. You need to come speak to us, obviously, because of what's happening between Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. People with Ukrainian passports are of particular note to the Belarusians, because a lot of Belarusian exiles, people who left after the Color Revolution in 2020 or elsewhere, a lot of them have gone to Poland. Some of them have gone to Ukraine to fight in Ukraine, which is obviously of major concern to the government in Belarus. And a lot of these people have since picked up Ukrainian passports. So the Belarusian government is concerned that these people might be using their Ukrainian passports to potentially, you know, these will be Belarusian nationals who, because they cannot renew their Belarusian passports because you can only do it in Belarus, they might have picked up Ukrainian passports and citizenship and might be trying to slip back into Belarus to cause trouble that way. So also just because of the tensions between the country generally, it's understandable that the Belarusians would want to have a bit more scrutiny on people, on Ukrainian nationals. So the guy comes on, asks for people with Ukrainian passports to make themselves known whenever we go through border control. So we do that. We then go down to, I think it's it's this building here, and this is kind of where the fun begins. So we all get off into this this building at the border control to start showing our passports and stuff. Me and my friend, we pretty much wait to the end because we figure, you know, if there is going to be a problem, it's probably going to be us, because everyone else on the bus are Russian. They all have Russian passports, so they have Belarusian passports, apart from the young Ukrainian guy who was taken off to be interviewed. So it was kind of like, well, we're the two English speakers on the bus. We're the two Western nationals. If there's going to be an issue, it's probably going to be us. So probably best we go last. And, you know, if we get held up, everyone else on the bus can just carry on without us if for whatever reason we're held back. So we go into passport control. Everyone else goes through. Kind of feel bad for this. I'll get the picture up. So how do I save that picture? My profile. Yeah. So it comes to our turn to go through passport control. I'm traveling on my EU national passport. My friend's traveling on his British passport. So we go through passport control. I'm standing at the last one to go through. Fairly attractive woman, like ice blue eyes, black hair, which is just like, wow. And she's in a uniform, so I'm just like, very attractive woman. The border guard, I pass her my passport, and she opens it, and then she giggles. And I'm like, oh, are you serious? And then she asks me, like, do you have another passport, another set of IDs? So I'm like, okay. I then pass her my British passport, and she opens it up, and then she giggles again, and I'm just like, are you serious? Are you humiliating me with Belarusian passport control? So she's looking at, she then holds up both my passports, like on either side of her head. So she's looking at both the pictures and both the passports and looking at me, and it's like, yeah, I know they're old pictures, but you know, it is me. A male colleague of hers comes into her passport booth, and she shows her my passports, and then he giggles himself, and I'm just like, you really? Like, I'm being humiliated. Like, you know, I'm dying. I'm sick. I've been robbed in London. I've been fined in London. I've come to Vilnius. I'm still sick. I'm now at Belarusian passport control, and the border guards are laughing at my pictures because they're like, right. I'm sure some of you guys have seen the recent pictures of me that I've put up on the channel from my trips in Belarus, but like, so this is one of the this is a picture. I'm sure most of you guys have seen this picture. Where is it? Where did I put it? So this is one of my passport pictures. So I still have the piercing, you know, the picture's obviously a bit more defined, but you know, it's an old picture. I still have the long hair. I have piercings, but you know, it's like, it's me. And I've got this rather attractive Belarusian border guard giggling to herself at pictures of me. Her male colleague comes in, giggles to himself at a picture of me. And I'm like, really? Are you going to, like, I literally I asked them, like, yeah, they're all pictures. Are you going to humiliate me at passport control? And she's like, is this your first time in Belarus? And I was like, yes. What is your purpose in Belarus? And I'm like, look, I'm here to travel. I'm at tourism. She's like, okay, go through, check your bag. So that's kind of like, this is where things start to go uphill. So I was like, wow, now I'm being humiliated at passport control. Like, how worse can it get? I'm sick. I've been robbed. I've been fined in London. I've come to Vilnius, missed most of Vilnius because I'm dying. I'm now at Belarusian passport control in, you know, this awful KGB dictator state, stuck at the border where I'm being mocked by the border guards. How much, like, am I now going to be detained and shot? Like, how worse can it get? Thankfully, things started to go up. So I moved from the passport control into put my bags through the x-ray machine. Young girl there asked me, like, your camera, is it new, is it used? I'm like, it's used. And she's like, okay, go on. How much money have you got? And I'm like, look, I've got $1,000 and I've got £1,000 and then maybe €100 in cash. And she's like, no more than 10,000. I was like, yep. She's like, okay, go on through. So apart from being humiliated, surprisingly went okay. Wasn't stopped, wasn't detained, wasn't interviewed. Got my bag, wasn't checked. Just went through, got on to the bus, which was good. So things went up. Things went up from there. The problem is the person I was traveling with, he was actually stopped and interviewed. From my understanding, because he has an American work visa, so he was traveling on a British passport. I don't think it was the British passport itself. I think it was the American work visa in the passport is what they were interested in. I'm just paraphrasing from what he said. It's not my place to speak from him. But I went on to the bus. We were all waiting on the bus. So the young Ukrainian guy, he was being interviewed by the Belarusian KGB. My friend who was traveling with, he was then taken to be interviewed by the Russian KGB. No, I wasn't frisked. Apart from the giggling at me at passport control, they didn't check my bag. They didn't frisk me. They just they looked at my wallet, asked how much money was there, and then just put me straight on the bus. So I went on the bus. We were waiting on the bus for half an hour. One of the Belarusian guys spoke a little bit of English. Obviously, he had heard me and my friend speaking English, so he came up to me and was like, your friend, the problem? And it was like, Amerikansky visa and passport. And he's like, oh, okay. So me and him, we had a little bit of as much, you know, he didn't speak a lot of English, but we were having a little bit of a chat while we were waiting outside. So my friend, he was taking him, it was around about 45 minutes to an hour. He was being interviewed. I think they might have went through his bags and stuff. Like I say, it's not my place to speak on his behalf, but from what he told me, I believe they checked his bags. They were asking him like his opinions on Ukraine, on opinions on Russia, things like that, just trying to see if he could be a problem and stuff like that. So he then said, oh, I'm just traveling with my friend. This is what he told me after the fact. And then apparently the KGB agents they wanted to then interview me, but they didn't in the end for whatever reason, which was quite good. So After about 45 minutes to an hour, he came out of the interview room with his bag. He went back into the other room. I think they just scanned it again. Then him and the Ukrainian guy came out, got on the bus, and then that was it. This all to me was like cool. Part of me was like, yeah, I want to be interviewed by the KGB because this would be like, cool, novel experience. How many people in this day and age can say they've been interviewed by the KGB kind of stuff? But so we got back on the bus. We had a bit of a rapport with the guy who spoke a little bit of English, so we were chatting with him. He was asking us like, how much is beer in England? How much is vodka in Britain? So we were showing him like, like £20 for like the shittest, cheapest beer you could get at Tesco's. And he was like, £20, how much is this in Belarusian rubles? And we were showing him and he was like, whoa. We had a good rapport with him and his friend who didn't speak English, but we were having a good rapport and bantering back with him on the bus. And he was like, I think I need to work in England, but live in Belarus. And I was like, yes, and all this kind of stuff. And we had a good little rapport with him. But then the bus got back on its way. So we then left passport control. We then stopped in this sort of general area. Spoke to the bus driver. He spoke enough of English to understand what we wanted to do. So he dropped us off, and then let me get the picture up. We got off the bus, and do I have it? Yes. No, that's from Loshani. Put it up as an Instagram story, but did I save it somewhere else? I can't quite find it. Essentially, it's just like a picture of open fields, snowy open fields, and I was like, I got off the bus, stepped on the ground, and I was like, wow, this is it. This is, kind of like autistic aneurysm moment. I was like, wow. I've managed to get through Belarusian border control. I'm now standing in like the mysterious east. Because I'm from a military family, so my father especially has all these cool stories of like Berlin and Germany during the Cold War, and family members tell me like their experiences in Berlin, and I can't seem to have the picture, but like I say, it's just of an open field. So, it's like a very interesting feeling to me, because like I've been talking about not exactly this place, but this general region for about 3 years, day in, day out. And then I've always had an interest in this stuff. I've been to Poland, I've been to Hungary. I've been to post-communist states before, but it's not quite the same as going to like, a Cyrillic alphabet Russian-speaking country. So I stepped off the bus to get picked up by our friend who was going to drive us to Minsk in his car. And I was just kind of looking, and I was kind of, I was still kind of like deliriously sick at this stage, but I was just kind of staring out. So I was round about here. No, I wasn't expecting it to be. Nah, not really going to see it, but it was round about here, and I took a picture out in this direction, and it was just open fields with snow, and I was just like, this is it, out here, out beyond these trees is Belarus, beyond that is Russia. This is like, I've been like the strangest place compared to like Europe, the West as such I've ever really been has been like Morocco, in terms of like civilizational, cultural difference. And I'm not saying like Belarus is more different than like an Islamic country, but it's like Belarus, Russia, it's like I've heard about these places. My dad was expecting to fight a nuclear war against these people. You hear stories about it. Our country's constantly trying to start wars with these people. And I was like, I'm now here. I'm in this place. I'm through passport control. I am now free to wander, to explore this effectively like not completely different civilization, but you know, it's a completely different way of life, outlook on society, outlook on what the world should be as such compared to the globo homo west kind of thing. So I was kind of having like a bit of a delirious nerd autism gasm there. So our friend then we then got met up with our friend, and he very kindly put us in the car, and we started the long drive to Minsk. So this drive from Minsk is, I think it's around about 250 miles, something like that. Measure distance. Let's just say to Vilnius. Distance to here. Okay, 170 kilometers. So, but generally, like if you're doing this on the bus, it's about 5 hours. And I think from the border crossing to whenever we went back from Minsk to the border crossing, I think it took us about 3.5, 4 hours for us to do the trip back on the bus. But our friend, like I say, very kindly offered to drive us to Minsk, and we did it, and I think it was about an hour and a half. So it was a very, very nice little drive through the Belarusian countryside. I was still sick, but I was staring, you know, marveling at the wide open fields, because obviously in Britain and Western Europe, like the way I'm bizarrely interested and fascinated by agriculture in Belarus. So like in Western Europe or in Britain, you know, like farmers' fields are farmers' fields. You have like a fence or a hedgerow around it. In Belarus, you don't. It's just like a massive field that'll stretch all the way out to the horizon. And you can just get off at the side of the road and just walk straight into the field. There's no fences, there's no hedgerows. It's just an open field. And pretty much anyone can just stroll out into it, because agriculture out there is still run by the state. You still have these big state collective farms, the kolkhozes and stuff like that, which I just found endlessly fascinating. So we're driving through these open fields and these forested areas, passing by these little small towns and stuff, and I was just staring at, like, just marveling, like, wow, I'm actually seeing this. You know, it's one thing to constantly talk about it and to see it on YouTube and stuff, and then actually see it firsthand, and then to actually see Buhankas themselves was really cool, just driving around, and Ural trucks and Kamaz trucks. You know, this is stuff I keep saying from the work I do on the Telegram. You see it in games, you see it all, but then to actually see them driving about in real time, and it's like, wow, you know, it's just, I found it very cool, because I'm weird and autistic like that. But so our friend drove us to Minsk. We then got into Minsk, and so we had originally booked an apartment in, I think it was like Svobody 5 district of the city or something, but a couple of days or a week or something before that apartment cancelled, they then put us in a new apartment. It was, I think the old one was being renovated, or there was something going on there. Which in a roundabout way it was better, but in another way it wasn't. So we were given a new apartment, and it was a bit of an issue to get to, because we didn't quite know exactly where it was or how to get in. But whenever we got there, so let me see if I can bring up the picture of it. Come on, I know I've definitely saved it somewhere. So, like, the apartment we stayed in, if I posted pictures of it while we were there, not saying that there would have been any trouble or anything, but I obviously do have a group of very virulent detractors who follow what I do. They try to essentially screw with anything that I do. It's very unfortunate. I'm sure some of you guys know who I'm talking about. Used to be part of my community. They were ejected from it for obvious reasons, and they've since constantly had it out for me. I believe some of them live in Belarus, so I just didn't want to take the risk. I'm not saying that there was going to I was fearful of anything happening, but it was just, you know, I'm out there to enjoy myself. I'm out there with someone who's not connected to any of this. I'm out there seeing people, seeing some of their family. I just didn't want to bring back any blowback. So the place where we were staying is very doxable, and you'll see why in a minute. But we go into the back of this building, and we didn't quite know how to get in. We then figure out how to get into it. And then, so our first apartment looked very good. I was very happy with it. Wasn't too sure and still not too sure where exactly it was, but it looked very good. Whenever we got the replacement apartment, it said it had a sauna in it. And I was like, is this for real? A 2-bedroom apartment in central Minsk with a sauna in it. And they're not asking for any more money. I was saying to the guy who I was traveling with, and I was like to the party that funded this trip, I was like, is this for real? Are we being scammed here? Or are we like going to get ripped off? Or are we going to wake up with like missing a kidney or something? So we finally managed to get into the building. So this is what we walk into the building to find. So this is like the central part of the building as you go up to the apartments. And as you can see, there's like big holes in the wall. There's wires sticking out of the wall. The elevator looks sketchy, to say the least. Like, it's probably been there from the Soviet era. Like, I'm walking into this place and I'm like, is this like a drug den? Is this like a narco man apartment or something? Is there like guys doing crocodile or something at the bottom of it? So we're walking up this place. We go up to the apartment and we walk into the apartment, and it does have a sauna, and I was actually kind of blown away by it. Unfortunately, we then discovered that the washing machine didn't work, which was, we had to work around that. But it turned out that our apartment was actually in here, in the world famous gates of Minsk. Our apartment, I believe it was one of these, or it might have been one of these. This is where our apartment was. And I would never have known that from looking at the inside. Apparently, like in Slavic countries, the communal area of the apartments aren't really maintained, but the apartments themselves were very nice, apart from the very small kitchen set, because I wanted to do cooking, but it was too small. And the sauna, no, there's nothing wrong with the sauna, but the washing machine didn't work, so we had to kind of wash our clothes in the shower. But yeah, so I looked out the window, because like I say, the person who drove us up, I think he parked down the bottom of this road. So then we went in the back. So we seen the tops of these buildings, but we weren't aware that we were in this building specifically. We thought we might have been in like one of these. So we went in a door in the back, and then whenever we went up and looked out the window, and I was like, bro, we're actually in like the gates of Minsk. We're staying in like the gate of Minsk, which was like really cool. The apartment itself was like very nice, but like I say, the door handle was a bit rickety and the washing machine didn't work. But I was like, still sick, but I was like, this is cool. So this is what I mean. Like, after being humiliated at border control, this was where like the exponential enjoyment just went up. Like, the second I got through border control, like, it was just, I was enjoying myself. I was still sick, and I was very frustrated that I was sick, but I was just like, I was marveling at everything I seen. I loved it. So, like I say, this is the gates of Minsk, right across from the Central Vokzal. This was cool. I had a little explore of this. Thankfully, we had this big shopping center down here, which was really good. Massive food court at the top. Really interesting shops right next to us. I believe this is now a KFC, I think, in here. When was this taken? 2015. I never went to the KFC. I actually kept going to the Belarusian version of McDonald's called Mac BY. But it was really good. Underneath this, so you can sort of see the stairs there. You go down there. There's like an underground foyer where there's a bunch of shops there. So underneath this road leading up to here, this leads right up until the Vauxhall. Underneath the to all the trains platforms over there is, you can't see it, but 2015, I don't even think it would have been built. But behind the train station over there is, you have, I did take some pictures of it, Minsk City Mall. So this was great. It was centrally located. First couple of days, obviously, didn't really know where we were, what we were doing, but as we stayed, we got a feel for the city, where things were, where we wanted to go, and just realized like this was perfect. In terms of walking to, traveling the places, This was great, and I also had just the cool aspect of staying in like literal Stalinist architecture built by German prisoners of war. I was like, wow. And there was a sauna in there as well, which we barely used, but you know, it's a sauna in your apartment. So, really cool. Really enjoyed it. That. So, let me streaming, bro. I missed it. It should still be streaming. Is the stream still going? My stream, it's... Yeah, it's still working for me. I mean, oh yeah, okay, okay. Thank you very much, Bunker Housing, for for 20 Swedish krona, and also thank you very much for Short Farrell for 20 US dollars, and thank you SD Guy for $1.49.50. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm neglecting chat a bit here, but yeah. So we're staying in here, really cool, and the first couple of days we were in Minsk, there was still snow on the ground. There's still a bit of snow outside. So I met with a friend of mine in London who's from a Nordic country, but she's a Slavophile. Not going to say too much about her, but very well connected. Actually said she worked for an intelligence agency during the 1980s, smuggling stuff into Moscow. But has a lot big interests in Russia and stuff, and she was telling me like, yeah, it's going to be cold out there. Make sure you get big clothes. So I was expecting to come to Minsk, and buy a lot of clothes. So we went there. There was still snow on the ground. Everything was still frozen. You drove past the lakes, the rivers coming into Minsk, and you could see like hundreds of people out on the ice fishing. And, you know, I live in Britain, and I live in Northern Ireland in Britain. Like, it rarely snows here. This was the first snow I've seen all winter, and it was good, like, thick snow, very cold. I think it was like -10 or something we arrived. So I was expecting to buy winter clothes, big coats, hats, and stuff. But then within about 2 days, the temperature rose to like 5 above, and I was walking about, you know, all the Belarusian people were still walking about in their winter clothes. Apparently it's like a thing that Slavs do, is like, unless there's leaves on the trees, is they'll wear winter clothes. So everyone was still walking about in their big winter clothes, and I was just kind of walking about in a hoodie for most of the time, which was quite good, so I didn't have to buy winter clothes. But so we arrived, still snow, and the apartment was always warm. It was, oh, the stories guys were telling me, like, they pay their electric and their gas bill, and it comes like a month, it comes to about $30. And I'm like, I if I'm lucky, I pay £100 a month if I'm lucky to get through the month on electric. And then if I'm really careful with it, maybe £50 a month on gas to keep the water warm, to have a shower, to have a bath and stuff. So I pay around about £150 a month if I'm really careful and if I'm lucky, for electric and gas. And like, guys out there are telling me they're spending like $30 a month gas and electric, and that's it. And I'm just like, this is painful. The apartment was always warm. I never quite figured out what the heating was, because there wasn't radiators in the apartment. At least I don't think there was. I think there might have been one by the window itself. But in general, the apartment, and I don't even think the radiator was on. It was rarely on, at least that I noticed. I never figured out how the apartment was heated, but it was always warm. So like, there'd be snow coming down. Like the first night we were there, it was snowing outside. And you could see the big icicles that accumulated over the winter hanging out the window. And we had to put the window open because the apartment was so warm. And I don't know if it was coming up from the floor, if there was things in the wall. But obviously it's like an old Soviet central heating kind of thing. I never figured out how it worked, but the apartment was always warm, too warm if anything. So that was really good. Especially during the first couple of days we were there, especially while I was sick, because I was still very hypersensitive to hot and cold. I'd go outside, I'd get the chills, and I'd come in, and then like the warmth of the apartment, or I'd go into the sauna for a little bit just to get the chill out of my hands and stuff, which was good. Just to show you some other pictures, I did do a post on it, so just some quick snaps I took of the gates of Minsk. But I mean, if you Google it, you'll see far better pictures than I can ever do. But I was kind of blown away by the fact that I was staying in the gates of Minsk itself, which is really cool. I'll show you just how like central this place is. So, this is it here. This is the central Vauxhall. This is like center. This is Independence Square. So this is like where the government meets. This is the government offices. Down here's the KGB building, Republic Square. As you can see, like, this is central Minsk here, and we're basically almost pretty much in the center of Minsk. And Minsk itself, the more I explored of it, the more I realized, like, it's actually quite a small city geographically. There's only like 2 million people, just under 2 million people live there, but it's very walkable. Like, I know very few people will have been to Belfast, but I would say like Belfast in terms of like the physical expanse of the city itself, is probably larger than Minsk, and Belfast only has, I think it's like 200,000 people, but like especially central Minsk it's fairly small. It is very walkable as a city. So like whenever I did this in London, I did it in Warsaw, in Budapest. Whenever I go to a new city, I like to explore it. I like to walk a lot, because I think you see a lot more of the city just by exploring on your own and walking it than you would by taking, you know, like the person I was traveling with, he suggested we take like a tour bus, and I was like, no, look, you can do it, but I'll never take a tour bus, because they're just, I think tour buses are like cancers on the cities that they inhabit. And I was just like, I like to go off and explore and find stuff on my own. So we'd go off, have like one night we went off for a Georgian meal somewhere along this road. My friend, he was laying a little bit sick. Is that it there? That's elite. No. But I think it was somewhere around this area. So he decided he was going to get a taxi back to the apartment, and I'll talk more about this guy in a bit. But there's a young Canadian guy out there who speaks, maybe not fluent Russian, but he speaks it very well, near fluent from what I could tell, speaks it far better than I can, who lives out there. Is actually a member of the channel. Not going to say his name, don't want to direct attention to him if he doesn't want it, but really good guy. We went out for dinner with him to this Georgian place. We barely ate anything because we were sick, we were hungover. But after we finished the meal, my friend decided to get a taxi back to the apartment, and I said, look, I'm going to walk it. So I walked all the way down this road, all the way down here, past the Eternal Flame, the War Memorial, up, like, well, let's see, what would that been? Because I definitely walked, obviously this isn't a straight line, whereas it wasn't, I think it would have been somewhere roughly around about there. So about a good 6 kilometers, maybe a bit more given the difference, you know, going in and out. So I tried to walk as much as possible through Minsk. Whenever I went to do the shows, one of the shows at least I did with From the Other Side. Whenever we went to the studio, there's one time whenever we finished that up, I took a metro with a couple of guys to another place, and then I walked home from there. So I just liked walking everywhere, because I think you see a lot more. We did a lot of driving, and I've seen a lot while driving. And thank you very much to the guy who did drive us. He freely offered, which was extremely kind, extremely generous guy. Really did a lot for us, unprompted, didn't ask for anything for it. and extremely grateful to him for that. He did a lot of driving for us, and you see a lot while driving, but whenever you're exploring the city, you see a lot more by walking. We did do a big walking session with him. So I think, where did we start? I think we started on, did we start in Independence Square, or did we start at the Republic? I can't remember, but we started somewhere around here, and then we just had a big walk all the way around the Eternal Flame up here, because Lee Harvey Oswald apparently stayed in there, in one of these apartments somewhere, to take a picture of it. But then another person said it was actually a different apartment around the corner, but apparently Lee Harvey Oswald stayed in this apartment up the top there. So we walked there, walked all the way up around the river, up to the Opera Theatre, across here to the Afghan War Memorial, and then we went over to the Galleria. This was all still frozen at the time. Well, most of it was, so I was kind of tempted to try and walk across the ice, but I was also definitely scared that I'd fall through and, like, freeze and drown to death. So we ended up walking all the way back round, but I did a lot of walking. I think I lost a fair bit of weight through the walking. But what I'm trying to get is whenever you sort of get a feel for where you are in Minsk, it's actually very easy to find your way around. I find it a very easy to navigate city. And I was only there for about 10, 11 days. The metro, kind of hesitated to use the metro, but towards last I kind of cottoned on that it's very simple. It's like, I think it's like a ruble or a few kopecks for a ticket, and then you can go anywhere as far as you want on the metro. So kind of understood how the metro worked in the end. Not that there is much to understand. I was just kind of a bit shy on it. But just very walkable city, very great, and lots of cool Soviet stuff. See if I've got any pictures of any of the buildings. So, like this is the KGB building, which was pointed out to me, this big yellow building. Still got the Soviet hammer and sickle on top of it. On the front door, you can't really see it from this angle. No, you still can't see it. Oh no, it's the emblem of Belarus. But on the front doors, they actually still have the emblem of the KGB, which was really cool. I actually wanted to go and get a picture of it, but it just never happened. One night while I was out with some of the guys, I got really, really drunk. I got wasted, which I'll probably go into in a bit later on, but I got hammered. And I was walking by the KGB building, and then I sent a voice note to another guy, like, drunkenly trying to speak Russian, constantly talking about how I'm in front of the KGB dome. So, that was the KGB building. Where is it? So, as someone not from this society, this Soviet history, legacy society, like, I found all this stuff fascinating. Like, you turn a corner, there's a new Soviet mural. There's Soviet iconography, Soviet architecture all over the place, or you have some of these new, more modernist stuff. So here, I'll just go through some of these pictures. So, like, this is below the Eternal Flame at the War Memorial here, which is like, in many ways, I think Minsk itself, the city, much of the city itself is just like a giant war memorial. Or emblem to the Great Patriotic War, because the city was completely leveled during the war. There's very few buildings that seems to have survived from the war. So, like, the quote-unquote old town is kind of like the Warsaw Old Town. It's all new. It all had to be rebuilt, and they rebuilt it to emulate the style of what was there before. But in terms of, like, all this stuff, this is all Stalin. These are Stalinkas, like the gates of Minsk were built in Stalin. And it's very interesting to see, like, the architectural style. You could tell, like, the different eras of the Soviet period, from, like, the Stalinist era built just after the war to, like, the more modernist, like, Khrushchev, Brezhnev era. And then you could sort of tell, like, the different architectural styles as they went into the 80s. As you could see that it's kind of a weird juxtaposition, how you're looking at, like, essentially, like, 60 years, or, well, really, like, about 40 to 50 years of architectural style during the Soviet period, and how distinct it is from each other. Whereas in most cities, like in London, you'd look at, like, you know, stuff from like the Georgian era to then the Victorian era to like the Edwardian era, and then you'd look at stuff like post-war. Here in Minsk, it was like everything from like 1945 onwards, condensed, and how distinct it was from each other, and how much of it is done to like praise and to remember like the liberation of Minsk, the Battle of Minsk, the Great Patriotic War. So like this war memorial here was pretty amazing, and there was a lot of stuff like that. And obviously, to me, I loved all this stuff. I was constantly fascinated by it. So yeah, it's oh no. So it's a wider thing. I believe this says like the struggle of the people will never be defeated or something. I don't read much Cyrillic. There's only a few things in Cyrillic I can read. I'm surprised that I understood spoken Russian a lot more than I expected to. That's not to say that I would speak it. I know a few terms, and I was very grateful to practice a bit of Russian while I was out there. But I was surprised by how much, like, hearing people speak it, how much I was able to understand it. And a lot of that will have just come from like my autistic obsession with like watching stuff that's happened in Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. I'm surprised at how much of that I was able to pick up. Again, not to say that I can speak it to any great length, because I can't. I only know a few terms here and there. But in terms of like understanding what people were saying, I was pleasantly surprised. Like if a person stood and was just speaking at me, I'd probably not understand pretty much anything they said. But it was like out in the street or hearing people speak, and then there was like certain terms I could hear, and I was like, oh, I recognize that term. I know what that means. And then slowly trying to put it together. So then here's some of the frescoes on the war memorial. So then this is the Red Church. This is a Catholic church on Independence Square. And then this here, I'll show you some pictures of this. So this church and this building here. No, don't want to go that far back. Are actually some of the only pre-war buildings. So this is a statue of Lenin. This building here is the government building. And motion on. Oh, okay. So this is Independence Square. This is Minsk State University. So like I'm sure a lot of you guys are here for this take. Very little diversity in Belarus. You know, I came from London. I was robbed in London by a diverse body of color. Nothing works in London because of diverse bodies of color. You come to Minsk, and pretty much the only people you would see who are not white Slavs, who are not Russians, Belarusians, or Ukrainians, are going to be Chinese students. I think I seen like 5 Indians the entire time I was there, and they were all students, or they came across as students. I seen like maybe 2 Arabs. The biggest non-white Slavic group you will see will be like the Chinese, and they're all there as students, and they only stick to themselves because that's what, you know, the Chinese do wherever they go. So the only, like, apart from that, like apart from the Chinese, like the only other Asians you'll see, or Asian like people, are going to be like, they'll come from Russia. They're going to be like Kalmyks, or they're going to be Buryats, or people like that, or Mongols or something. You know, they're going to be, they came from the post USSR. They're going to be Russian citizens or something. It's like, Belarus isn't diverse, but what I'm trying to say is like the diversity there isn't like, you know, Western diversity. It's like the people there is like some of the people working on the building sites or something, you know, like whereas in Britain, you know, the ubiquitous thing is going to be like Pakistanis or Indians or, you know, Africans or Afro-Caribbeans or something. Over there, if you do see people who aren't white Slavs and they aren't the students, it's going to be like, you know, a bunch of Tajiks or Kyrgyz or Kazakhs or something like that. They're going to be the people who will be working on the building site. But even then, like, Not that I see many building sites. Well, I did see lots of building sites. Like Minsk is a booming city. There's building everything everywhere. Stuff is constantly being renovated. There's new buildings going up all over the place. But the point is that, like, I didn't go into the building sites to perform an ethnographic survey on who was working there. But whenever I did pass them, like most of the workers there did seem to be like white Slavs, like Belarusians, probably Russians, maybe Ukrainians. But the ones who weren't were like, you know, the Kyrgyz, the Tajiks, the Uzbeks, the Turkmen, people like that. You know, it isn't like 50 billion Somalians were just dumped into Somalia, into, you know, a suburb of Minsk. So, and then that also adds into, I never felt unsafe in Minsk. So I just come from London, where I was pickpocketed, caught a tropical disease from my diverse body of color. You know, all the good things that London is known for. And then I came to Minsk, where everything is clean. Things work. And I never felt unsafe. I never felt the need to check if I was going to be pickpocketed. I always felt safe having my wallet in my back pocket. Whenever I was, a couple of times whenever I was drunk, I always felt perfectly safe just staggering home on my own. I never felt like I was going to be mugged, never felt I was going to be, because it's just that kind of society. One, as has been elucidated to me, is like they're very tough on crime there. Is this still working? Yeah. So, they're very tough on crime there. They don't tolerate it. If you're caught stealing, if you're caught asking for drugs, let alone dealing drugs, is you are disappeared into a prison for a long time. So it's a very safe society, very clean. So like at 6:30, 7 o'clock every morning, whenever I looked out the apartment window, is you'd see a bunch of babushkas or old people, maybe some younger people. Person said some of them might have been convicts themselves. But you'll see these people starting to line up along the streets early in the morning, around about 6:30 to 7 o'clock, with their brushes, and they'll just start sweeping the streets. Not that the streets needed them, but they'll just start sweeping the streets and keeping it clean. We always seen a bunch of tractors carrying street cleaning equipment in Minsk, in central Minsk, always doing a loop. So the city was very clean. Never seen any rubbish in the city. Never seen anything close to, like, the only time I seen the police speaking to anyone was during the day, as there was a drunk guy in the underground in front of the train station, and they were speaking to him because, as was said to me, it's like, it's okay to be drunk in Belarus and be an alcoholic, but if you're a problem alcoholic, you're a problem and you'll be dealt with. So like, they don't tolerate like being drunk in the city center in the day. After night, you know, this is just what was relayed to me. Like after night, they'll tolerate it to a degree. But if you're drunk, staggering about in public in the city center during the day, the police will come and they'll take you away. And I'm not too sure if they'll prosecute you. I don't think they did. I think they'll probably just take you away to sober up and then send you on your way. But it's that kind of thing. Like, there are rules, there are social norms which are upheld, and the society seems a lot more functional. It seems a lot cleaner. It seems a lot more organized and ordered than what you would ever see in London. So, like, I didn't see people out urinating in the street. Didn't see diverse bodies of color congregating in front of every metro, trying to pickpocket anyone who came out. There is no fucking Africans in the city center coming up and going, "Hey, boss, you want to buy souvenir?" And there was none of that. It just, everyone kept to themselves. Everyone, you know, they are Slavs. They're very reserved people, but when you speak to them, they open up and they're very hospitable. But I really loved it. I felt so, you know, going back to, you know, this stuff. Where are they? You know, going back to this. Then, you know, going back to this. I had to keep pinching myself and saying, you know, this is what the little catchphrase I sort of coined for myself while I was out there is like, I have to keep reminding myself I might not come back from Belarus with my life. Because, you know, it is so peaceful, so clean, so ordered. I am safer in Minsk than I ever would be in London or in Northern Ireland or wherever. And, I was just like, the Western governments are telling you this place is like a dictatorship. You're going to be arbitrarily arrested. You'll be disappeared into prison. You'll be held as for a hostage exchange. You'll be sent off to become like a penal conscript in Ukraine or something like that. And just being out there, I was like, bro, I am safer here than I ever was in London. I am safe. Like, genuinely, I cannot praise it enough. Like, I'm sure there is. I am sure there is like a crime in Belarus because, every society has crime. It's ubiquitous to human nature. But wherever it does happen, it's obviously treated very harshly. And the state and the police come down on it very hard. It's not like in London or in the West where, a certain level of crime is tolerated because the people committing the crime are, it would be racist. And you don't want to racially profile the people committing the crime. Like out there, and this is the other thing is it is their country, going through border control and stuff. And you speak to Belarusians, like most of the people we actually ended up speaking to were taxi drivers, but they're very patriotic, and they'll you are aware that you are a guest in this country, and they're very hospitable to you. But you are still a guest here. It's not like in the West where it's a free for all, where you just wash up on the shore and then the place is just open to be exploited. Here it's like, no, this is our country. This is what our ancestors died and built for, and you respect it because we respect it, and this is ours, kind of thing. So they're very patriotic, which obviously is a dream to me. Very respect that as, coming from a society that's committed to abolishing any notion of itself. But there's Belarusian flags on pretty much every building. Every shop will sell Belarusian flags and stuff. So, and then like here, this is the I believe this is like the Palace of the Republic Palace. Just everywhere you go, you have the Belarusian national colors in pretty much everything. I'm trying to get some of the guys to send me some pictures of it, because the problem is a lot of the billboards were actually on the highways, like the ring road around the city. So you couldn't really go up and take a picture of them. Some of them were in the city, which I've got pictures of, but I'm hoping some of the guys could get footage and pictures of them for me. But everywhere in the city center, you had stuff like this, but on the ring roads is like patriotic public advertising, and like you go to the London Underground, and then what you're confronted with: generic advert for sports product, generic advert for financial product, and then you'll have advert from the London mayor warning how white males are inherently a threat to women, and if you see your friend leering at a woman, you have to say, "Stop, mate," or like, warning about racism in society, or how we make our new Britons feel welcome, this paused advertisement and stuff you see in the West. And then you go to Belarus, and then you just see stuff like this. Public advertising, patriotic public advertising, where they fly the national flag, where they have like advertisements. Like the one I really want to get a picture of is there's like a picture of a man and a woman, and they're staring into each other's eyes with like the Belarusian flag in the background, and each of them have like a heart with a Belarusian flag in it as they're staring into each other's eyes, and it's just like wholesome advertising like that. And I'm just like, I come from a country where where the government is actively persecuting and trying to abolish the concept of the identity of the people from this society. And then you come to Belarus, where you have state-sponsored advertising promoting the country, promoting the national unit, extolling the people of the country. And it was just, it's like I say, amazing. Just really, I just looked, you look at how clean it is, you look at how basic government, state institutions function. People go out and clean the street because the local council, the local government, the local city government pays them to. So that happens. The street's clean, rubbish is picked up, things are clean. there's a police presence. There's little to no crime, at least not that I experienced much of or at all. So the basic services provided by the state function. And not only that, is that the state also is promoting this idea of like, you know, we are a country. There is a country called Belarus. And there are a people called Belarusians. And our ancestors bled to defend this land and to make it ours. And we're promoting them. And we're trying to extol their sacrifice and everything they did for us. And, you know, we are proud to be who we are because this is our country. This is all we've got. And it was just like night and day compared to what you expect from the West. And this is what I mean. Like going to Hungary and Poland, yeah, they are patriotic societies and stuff, but they're part of the EU, so you still have that undercurrent of pause. You know, even in Budapest, I seen they were rare, but you still seen them, is the LGBTQ pedophile flag. I didn't see a single one of those in Belarus, not once. Literally not a single flag, you know, rainbow flag in Belarus. Not the tranny, I'm not meant to say that word on YouTube. Not the silly Billy flag, which the PDF files love to fly. Not even the conservative rainbow flag. Just none of it. The only flags you've seen out there were the Belarusian flag or the flag of the local institution, like the local police, local ministry, or the Russian, the Kazakh, or the Armenian flag, or, you know, like embassies flew their flag. Like I seen the British embassy or something, but there was no like rainbow flag. There was no like fetish flags. The only flag that you really see is the Belarusian flag, and then like the flag of the local ministry on the building, on the ministry, or like if there's a Russian cultural center, it'll fly the Russian flag. Or like just down the road from us, there was like the Eurasian Economic Center. This here, the Berlin Invest Bank, Berlin. Well, this must have changed since this was taken, but there's like a Russian, Kazakh, Armenian, the Eurasian Economic flags here, because this was the Eurasian Economic Union office just down from where we were staying. And that was like, you know, it's novel to us because our societies are so paused. But out there, it just felt so normal. It felt so quaint. It felt so wholesome. You drive around the Minsk circle road, especially the outer ones and the inner ones, and on the billboards is they'll have I'm not too sure if they were all Belarusian, but I assume they're like locals from Minsk or Belarusians who were like heroes of the Soviet Union who fought in the Great Patriotic War. So you'll have like a picture of them from their wartime, an old black and white photo of them from the war. And then obviously it's all written in Cyrillic, so I couldn't really read much of it. But then it'll have like the year of their birth and the year of their death, you know, like 1895 to 1945, or, you know, like 1905 to 1977 or something. And then you have a picture of them wearing their medals, and they have like a big I'm pretty sure it was the hero of the Soviet Union, because the medal, I believe, is, I believe the medal on all these billboards was that one. Yeah. So they all had this little medal on all of those, which is the medal for the hero of the Soviet Union. So I assumed, hopefully correctly, that these billboards were all for like Belarusian heroes of the Soviet Union who fought in the Great Patriotic War, and it was like their way of like just remembering these people, because obviously this year is the 80th anniversary. And you just go around the ring road of Minsk, and like every other billboard is one of those. And it was just, like I say, coming from paused Britain, it's just night and day. And this is what I mean, like, you know, going to Morocco is one thing. Yeah, it's a different civilizational state to Britain, completely different outlook on life, society, and culture. But then you come to a place where Belarus, where it's European, it's evidently European. You know, these people are as European as as much as like, you know, Westoids are trying to evict Belarusians, Russians and stuff from the concept of Europe as a identity and civilization, you go to Belarus and it's a European city, you know, you see the commonalities of them between us, and you're like, these people are Europe. They're literally in the geographical heart of Europe. So like, you know, if Europe stretches to the Urals, you know, we all think of like Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic as being the center of Europe. Geographically, it is actually Belarus. So you look at this, which is the geographic heart of Europe, and culturally, like, they are European. They're just not Western. They're not Westoids. They're not paused. They actually retain their culture, their identity. They have their old social norms. Obviously, it'll be different because of, you know, from what it would have been if the Soviet Union didn't exist, but it is just such a different outlook on society, on culture, on what it is meant to be as a people, where they just don't embrace the, you know, all the progressive causes that the West forces on its people. And it's just such a fresh breath air. You know, you walk about and you're like, these people are proud of who they are. They're proud of their history. They're proud of what their country is. Yeah, they're relatively poor, and they know they're relatively poor. You know, like us Westerners, we come in with like £1,000 and we live like kings. And they are conscious of that. You know, like, we are relatively poor. We know we are relatively poor, but they're not ashamed of it. You know, it's like, how can I explain it? It's like the quality of, I obviously, if you're poor there, you are very poor in Belarus, but I rarely seen any, if I think maybe one was, but I'd never seen any homeless people. There's very little welfare, so everyone works, and it seems that their money goes a lot further. Yeah, the Belarusian ruble is like worth a third of what the pound is, but in terms of what you can buy for it, is a lot more than what the pound can buy. So this is probably going to be a lot more of a British reference, but like, if people know yop, it's like a yogurt drink. It's like a half a liter of thick yogurt drink, and you'll be lucky if you get that for about £2.50 in a shop. In Belarus, they were selling like liters of the same stuff, not yop. It was like a local Belarusian brand, but this yogurt drink, and it was, whenever you're hungover, whenever you're unwell, it's heaven. I was buying and drinking the stuff every day, but like this liter of like thick yogurt drink, I think it was something like £1.50, and you're talking about like 60-70 pence. And back in Britain, that would probably cost you about £5. So like, yeah, the ruble is worth less than the pound, but in terms of what you actually buy with it, it goes further. So I actually think in many respects, they probably live better than most British and especially Western Europeans do at the moment. Obviously, a lot of like the gas and the fuel and stuff is subsidized by Russia, but still, even then, it's like the quality of living out there. Like, here, I'll show you, like, you know, this is the post I did on Instagram about it. You know, sanctioned Belarus. Belarus, one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. You know, the old adage that you're going to be running out of food and stuff. So this was Minsk City Mall, and I went and had a gander through it, and like all the shops were full, stocked with produce. Like, in many respects, this little grocery store, which was kind of the one I used a lot, I actually think there's probably a bigger and wider selection of goods there than what you would get in like a large Tesco's in Britain or something. Because you can get Western goods in these shops. They'll be more expensive than like the Belarusian, the Chinese, or the Russian goods. But it's, ironically, they'd still be cheaper than what you would get it for in Britain. So it's like, well, what's the point of these sanctions if you can still get the same products in Belarus, but it's still cheaper than what it is here? It's like going out and seeing the shops, and then like seeing how sanctions have like failed, at least in the cases that I've seen it. It does seem that Western sanctions has effectively just kind of priced Western producers out of these markets. So like I say, you can get all the Western goods. So like here you can get your Kinder Buenos, your Cokes, your Nestle's and stuff, they're just more expensive than the local Belarusian or the Russian or the Chinese brands. And it's like, well, so what sanctions actually has done is it's effectively made Western producers, however this stuff gets into Belarus, however it does get there, it's effectively just priced Western producers out of this market in favor of Russian, Belarusian, and Chinese producers. It's just like, so I was, and this is like only a small, oh, pardon me, this is a small grocery. Yeah, it was a Minsk City mall, but compared to some of the big supermarkets I went into, this is just like a small one. So, I think I need to go on to Twitter to find it. So I kind of felt like I was having a reverse Boris Yeltsin moment. You know, the famous adage that Boris Yeltsin went to an American supermarket, seen all the goods that were on display, and that's whenever he lost faith in communism. But not that I've become a communist, because obviously they're not communist in Belarus, but, you know, I went to these supermarkets and I just looked at it and I was just like, these people live safer, probably happier, more fulfilling lives with greater selection of produce than we have in the West. And I was just like, this is how scammed, how badly governed, how badly administered, like, Britain is compared to this country that, you know, is decried as a dictatorship, is relatively fairly poor, and yet things function there. They function well. Everyone, you know, like, anytime we needed something, like, the people who were serving us, you know, in the restaurants, at the shops or something, it was always to a very high standard. It was always great service. Never really had to complain about anyone. A little bit about the apartment, but I'll come into that. But, you know, was just blown away by just like how better things are there. So, and another thing is like in this mall, and then where is the big one? There's we went into, where is the, in this, didn't really spend much time in this one either, but oh, what's happened there? Am I still alive? Yeah. In this big supermarket here, and then where is the National Library? Because we went into that one, and that was the one that was really telling. National Library. So this big super mall here, we went in. Can I get a picture of it? So here, we went in here and had a very good look around this place, and no security guards. And I was just thinking, like, you know, the week I was in London before I came to Minsk, I was like thinking every shop here has a security guard. Yeah, and it's usually like a black guy, or it's a Pakistani or an Indian guy in a high vis vest, because everyone thieves and everyone steals, and instead of like the police doing their job in London, it's just down to whatever migrant that they can put into a suit to try and stop people from blatantly like shoplifting in any shop. Whereas here in Belarus, like the only security guards I ever seen in any of this, there's two guys in, so further down this road is this building here, which hasn't been finished yet when this satellite was taken. When was this? It's not fixed here, but this building is now open, and it's a supermarket, and it only stocks Belarusian goods. So all the shops in there only sell products that are made in Belarus. Really good quality products, like some of the woodwork on the furniture and stuff, and the prices they were going for. I'm just like, there is an import-export opportunity here that is just, the second sanctions go, you could make a killing. But so this big building is in there is the only time I ever seen like security, like, you know, what you would think of as security guards. A couple of people in suits just walking about, just keeping an eye on the shop. The only other thing that I ever noticed in the supermarkets, like in here, was they were police. They were armed police. In there, I think there was only two guys in there I seen with I think it was like PP 2000s or something like that. It was a submachine gun of some kind, and they're only there because of what happened at the Crocus supermarket attack in Moscow. If people remember that from last year, whenever ISIS went into the supermarket in Moscow and basically killed anyone they could. I was told by some of the guys who lived there that they only have armed security in these supermarkets, and even then, it's only one or two guys, just as a precaution because of that. And that's the only security I ever noticed in any of the shops in Belarus. Because I'm sure there is a little bit of stealing, I'm sure there's a little bit of shoplifting here and there, but it is obviously of such a low level that, whereas in London, like, I went into the Westfield Centre in London just to pick up a few things and sort out my Virgin Internet, which is obviously playing havoc at the moment, before I came to Belarus. And literally every shop, there was, like I say, a black or a Pakistani or an Indian guy in a high-vis vest who's obviously there to deter people from shoplifting. And you just think, like, there's about 200 shopping units in the Westfield Centre. How much money are they having to pay each and every store to have this guy there? Like, could they just not fund private security? Could the police not come in and do it? But then again, if you hire private security, well, who's the private security going to be arresting or stopping? And then, well, the private security is racist because it keeps targeting black people. And it's like, wow. This is the price of a diverse society. Then you come out here to Minsk and it's like, things work. No one steals. No one commits crime. If they do, they're dealt with harshly and you never see them again, or you'll see them in 20 years. Everything's clean. The products are of good quality. They're far cheaper to what you can get in the West. And it's just like, my eyes have just been open. Like I say, I've had a reverse Yeltsin moment where I've come from the West to the dictatorships of the East, and I'm like, yeah, dictatorship works. Lukashenko is obviously far better than whatever the fuck we've had in Britain, because this is, when is this, 2001? I'm not too sure if you can see it, but like around this area, you can sort of see it here. Like, Minsk is a booming city. There is building everywhere. There's new apartment complexes going up all over the place. Or there's old buildings being renovated. Is you can't shake a stick anywhere without it hitting something that's being built, renovated, or some kind of new construction going up. The city is just booming. And I'll show you a development that I was shown recently. But so this is July, so height of summer. And just the other thing that kind of really picked me up, again, coming from London. So this drone footage illustrates it quite well. Obviously, at rush hour in the city centre, you're going to be stuck in a bit of traffic. But, this is a main arterial route into the city. And look at the road. A bit of congestion around where the lights are because, they're lights. It's where people turn. But, like, just look how empty this avenue is, how big the road is, and, like, how relatively empty it is. That was the other thing that's, Belarus, like Minsk, 2 million people in it, but the traffic situation as well was like quite eye-opening. Like, you go to London and you're constantly stuck in traffic and you have to pay congestion charge, or you have to pay higher road tax because your car pollutes, and petrol is taxed so heavily that it probably makes no financial sense at all to drive. And then you come to Belarus and, like, the fuel is just dirt cheap. The roads are a bit anarchic from what I don't drive, so I wasn't driving, so I didn't really see it, but it did seem that they were a little bit crazy on the roads, which is ironic because, as I almost found out to my cost, is they're very big on jaywalking. You do not cross the road until there is a green light. All the flags down there. You don't cross the road until there's a green light. It's very German in that respect. So they're very strict on, like, crossing the road, but then on the roads, the driving itself, at least from my perception, did seem a bit anarchic. But, like, the roads are fairly functional. They flow fairly well, and once you get out into the country, it's like there's barely any traffic on the country roads. And it's just amazing. So I was also fascinated whenever you came up here by these old Soviet murals on these buildings. Do I have any? I definitely did take pictures of them. So yeah, so there is one of Yuri Gagarin that I took, or of the cosmonauts. But does not seem to be in this folder. Let me have a quick gander. Yeah, here we go. Save a couple of these. Yeah, so refresh. So here's not too good in that one, but this is us driving along this avenue, passing these buildings, and naturally, me being me, I was fascinated by the. So as you can see, like Domino's, you know, sanctioned Belarus, all the Western companies left, but if you want your KFC, if you want your Domino's, you're easy to get them. But it's us driving by. I was fascinated by the murals. I think that's the cosmonaut one there, but I don't have a very good picture of it, fortunately. The other thing is all the photos that I did take, I unfortunately had to take it on my phone because my SD cards and my camera, for some unfortunate reason, refused to work for me. So I was just endlessly fascinated by all the. So like these are what be 70s, 80s probably built Soviet architecture. Then here you've got your new modern Minsk, your 70s, 80s Minsk. Then that's the National Library. So we went and had a look in there. It was actually quite interesting whenever we went there because there was a bunch of really nice cars, but a bunch of like serious looking operators. I'll show you those pictures. I obviously didn't take pictures of the operators, but there was like cars that you look at and you'd think like you can only really see them, but not to any degree. These cars over here, you're talking like oligarch cars, that kind of tier. Really like obviously bulletproof. And there's guys milling out in front of him in the big leather jackets or in the big leather not leather suits, in the business suits, with sunglasses on, and you could tell like their close protection detail. There is something big going on today. So we had a quick look in here. We walked in. I didn't take a picture of them, but there's a bunch of guys in here in full ceremonial military gear of the big winter coats, the big peaked caps, because it turned out that the KGB was actually hosting a awards ceremony in the National Library. And then me and a bunch of Westerners just happened to walk in and start taking pictures of the place in this building here. Then we walked out. I was about to start taking pictures of the cars and the operators, but then they started to look over at me, and I thought, like, yeah, probably best not to start taking pictures of like the KGB close protection detail. So that was cool to experience. But like these apartments here, they're all finished now, but they look really nice. And I noticed there was a Soviet themed restaurant there, but this was like one of our last days, so didn't quite get to it. But this is like New Minsk here. These apartments are like, see, apparently this building here, Steven Seagal apparently owns like the penthouse in it, is what I was told, in this one that's being built here. But like this is emblematic of New Minsk. And then this is like a 70s, 80s Minsk. And I like that sort of like relatively short period of historical time, but the differentiation in the architecture of it. So this is the place that I was shown. This is Minsk World, and this kind of blew me away to see the scale of it. So this is where the old airport in Minsk was, and I actually did a big post on Twitter about it. And a communist deputy in the parliament actually ended up liking it. So it's working, guys. I'm slowly working my way into the good graces of the Belarusian political scene. So I'll just bring up that post I did on X. So basically just gonna rehash this. So I was showing around this whole development. This is Minsk World. So all this is being built on the site of Old Minsk Airport. Modern, good quality housing for 100,000 Belarusians, and all within the last 5 years. So as you can see, this was probably taken 2019, 2020, maybe something like that. This is before it's all built. So like all this stuff is, the majority of this now has stuff on it, new apartments. And you can see these are all the new build apartments here. This is all in sanctioned Belarus. So guy took us a drive around it, and you know, if you're not into apartments aren't your thing, but like these apartments look really nice to me. I am a bit of an urbanite. I do like living in apartments and stuff, so I don't want to dox everyone who liked it, but let's see, where is he? Yeah, here it is. This guy who liked the post. Yuri Voskrenensky, political analyst, economist, writer, member of the Constitutional Committee for the Republic of Belarus. And then you Google his name, and then he's like, apparently he's a member of the Communist Party in Belarus. So I need him to get me to follow me back so I can get into the good graces. So like a couple of the posts that I was doing while out there, like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Belarus and stuff, we're actually liking them. So, you know, it's kind of cool to get that, finally get that. You know, I'm constantly accused of being a state actor. I'm a part of one intelligence committee or a group intelligence agency or something, but then it's like finally I get state recognition, and it's from Belarus. So like I say, this is Minsk World. I think I've got a couple other pictures I've got from it. One of the guys who lives out there, he actually bought an apartment there, and he very kindly took me up to see it. It's bare at the moment because apparently the way you buy property in Belarus, new build property, is you pay a little extra for it to be furnished, or you buy it bare. So like they'll build the building itself, but they won't put in like any fixtures. They won't put in like toilets. They'll just leave it the concrete and the cinder blocks bare, and then you sort it out yourself. So one of the guys out there very kindly took me up there to see the apartment that he bought. Fascinating view from it. I'm not going to post a picture of the view because I don't want to risk, you know, anything coming back on him. But really, really nice development. I'd love to have an apartment in this area. I wish Google Earth would update its pictures so you could actually get a proper view of it. Around the Google Street. Okay, so the satellite. Oh, there's a Bohanka. April 2023. Yeah, so this is it. I don't know why Google Earth can't seem to put up a recent picture, but as you can see, like all these new. Again, if you're not into apartments, you're not into apartments. But to me, like these are good quality housing. And you think about it, like Belarus has just under like 10 million people, and I believe the top capacity, like if every apartment was sold, is this could house around about 100,000 people. So you think like a population of 10 million, and then you put it like it's 1% of the entire population of the country in one development, which is kind of crazy to think about. And then, you know, the post I did on X about it, it was like, you know, Britain can barely build 10,000 homes a year. to house effectively what are just going to be immigrants, because it's, you know, British people can't afford or buy houses in this day and age, new property. And, you know, we're lucky if we can build new build 10,000 homes a year in Britain. Meanwhile, this poor sanctioned country on the edge of Europe that is ravaged by sanctions, is going to collapse any day now, is run by a kleptocratic dictator who steals everything that doesn't move, is building in this district new good quality apartments that can house 100,000 people. Like I say, potentially up to 1% of the entire population of the country. And you just, you know, it's stuff like this where it just kind of opens your eyes, and you're just like, just how badly Britain is governed, how badly administered it's just insane. It's just insane. So this was eye-opening, and I'm just, like I say, Minsk, the perception I got of Minsk is like it's a booming city. This is the biggest development I've seen, but like I say, anywhere you go. So we were driving around the ring road, and you see in the ring road there's new buildings, new apartment complexes, or there's new houses, or there's new convention centers being built pretty much everywhere around the city. And then obviously that comes with a detriment, because you know, we did go out with not as much as I'd like, because I'd like to have seen a proper provincial town or city. But you do drive out, and then you do see like some of these small towns that are obviously dying. The only people left them are like the old babushkas or dadushkas. So there is a cost for this. The countryside is emptying out as young people especially come to the big cities in Minsk. And Belarus does have a declining population. The birth rate is not, it is well below replacement rate. So certainly places in the countryside are dying. So, you know, everything comes with a cost. But Minsk itself is a booming city. Like I think, like, if I am able to move there, you know, it's something I might start seriously considering. But like, I think I could be very happy in Minsk. Like I say, clean, functional, very, very affordable. Like the prices some of the guys who live out there were quoting me for how much their apartments are, or just, and then I'm looking at what I pay here in Northern Ireland, the cheapest part of the UK, apparently, and then what I, you know, in terms of just rent, and then how much I have to pay on top of that, in terms of like gas and electric. And then these people are telling me like how much they pay to live in Minsk, and I'm just like, yeah, why am I doing this? Why do people stay in Britain? So that there's still so much to say, but how long have I been going for? Because I don't want the 2.5 hours, so I'll start to wind this down a bit. But yeah, just so much cool stuff. I'll post some pictures of me shooting guns. So, like, you couldn't do this in Britain. Granted, these are just blank rounds, but you know. So this was at a place called the Stalin Line. So World War II themed exhibit. And there's a lot, like, you can fire the Maxim gun, you can fire the Degtyarev. It's all blank rounds. It is, you know, it's like for kids and stuff. But this was kind of cool, just for about 50 rubles, fire a few rounds off. You know, coming from a no guns country. It's a good little experience. Had a nice little bit of fun. That was the AK. So just some convenient little video footage here while I go and get myself a fresh drink. Oh. So like I say, these are just the blank rounds at the Stalin line, which is pretty cool. Apparently there's like during the summer, you can go out and drive in the tanks. There's a PT-76 which they allow you to drive about in, and and I like the museums out there. Like, you could never do this in Britain. Like, there'd be so many signs around here: health and safety, do not climb on the exhibits, you know, don't touch the exhibits. Whereas like out at this place, it's like, yeah, climb on the anti-aircraft gun and play about with it, you know, climb on the tanks, you know, like out. And like, I'm just thinking of like, I've never been to it, I want to, but the tank museum down at Bovington, I'm just thinking of the amount of signs that would be saying like, do not climb on the exhibits, do not climb on the tanks, do not touch the exhibits. And then it's just like this place, it's just like, yeah, fucking climb on top of the tanks, get in the aircraft. So it is just, I was just blown away. So like, do I have footage from it? So like, we also went to the aviation museum, and it's like, I'm thinking of like the Imperial War Museum at Duxford or something. And if they're doing like a cockpit exhibit, is what they would do, like in Britain, this is my experience of like the RAF museum or something, is they would physically cut off the front of like a plane, or like, say for example this Hind, is they would physically cut off the cockpit and like mount the cockpit on this like on the ground, so you don't have to climb up anything. And there'll be like so many signs like, you know, health and safety, watch out for this or this. Whereas here, it's just the doors open. If you want to climb inside the Mi-20, the Mi-24 gunship, if you want to get in the crew compartment, away you go. No one there to keep an eye on you. You just get in and you just knock yourself out. And so cool. Just like, yeah, to me, this is great. You know, I love stuff like this, you know, just get in, hands on, get in the cockpit, get your hand around the levers and stuff inside it. And then this was cool. So as you can hear in the background, I went into the Mi-26. I went in this, and I got trapped in there because, as you can hear in the background of this, we obviously didn't film the kids, but there's like a school trip turned up. So there's like 30 like 8-year-old Belarusian kids and a bunch of teachers. So I climb up into the Mi-26 here, and then all the kids come in behind me. So I'm trapped in this helicopter as like all these Belarusian kids are like running about in the chopper, like screaming and hollering. And I'm like, what do I do? Like, I'm stuck in here. You know, like to physically be able to get in these helicopters and the aircraft and stuff was so cool. So I'm not filming this. This is another guy we went with who filmed this. So this is after the kids left and allowed me to leave the chopper. But it's like, like I say, in Britain, there would either be someone there to supervise you, or this would be so stripped down so that there would be nothing to, you know, you couldn't trip over anything, or, you know, it would be so neutered that you know, it would be basically meaningless, as you would lose the proper experience that you could gain from it. Whereas like here, you could just get in. So I'm not too sure if I have the footage of it, but we all got in the cockpit of this, and I started playing about with the levers and the foot levers there, and then like the helicopter shook because there was like a big gust of wind, and I like I almost like my heart started beating because I was thinking like, fuck, if I actually somehow turned on the engine or something in this thing, because like I pulled one of the levers and then the entire helo started to shake quite a lot, and I was like, what have I done? But I love this, you know, like here you could get in the cockpit of the Su-27, and you know it just like absolute field day. Like I say, I was having autistic aneurysms. It's stuff like this. So this was the aviation museum at Minsk, and just to weave it into here, like for people who are wondering, like not English isn't widely spoken there, but certainly young people, especially the younger people, will have some level of English. So at the cafe or restaurant for this airport, for the aviation, which is over here, the Museum of Aviation Technology. This is dated because it's completely changed and there's like new buildings here. But there's the young guy and a young woman were working in the cafe, and I came in just to use the toilet or just to have a quick drink of Coke. So we all came in, and young girl, bit here or there, didn't speak English too well, but the young guy, he was like so excited to see us. Like you could see him, he was like really happy to speak English, like to get it to practice his English. And he was showing us like the model of like a MiG-29 that was signed by the director of the MiG bureau in Russia, and showing us like pictures on his Instagram of like people flying about the airport. And it was just very, very wholesome and exciting to see like this young guy. He was so excited to like speak to, not like we must have been like the first Westerners or something that he'd ever spoken to, but he was like really, really excited to practice his English with us. And it was very wholesome. We had to rush off after this because we had another engagement elsewhere, but it was very wholesome. Really nice to see there. And like that was my experience with pretty much all the Belarusians we spoke to. Like you know, they're Slavs. You know, I've known Russians, Ukrainians, and stuff while I lived in London, but they're westernized to a degree. You know, they're more, they understand what this like culturally and socially is like in the West, whereas obviously in Belarus it's not like no one smiles. Everyone in the street, they don't have a frown, but you know, it's not a smile. They only smile whenever they're interacting with people, like emotionally. They're very expressive when there's a reason to be. So like you'll see people laughing whenever they're with friends or something, but like if there's a person just walking about the street with a big smile on their face, it's a bit weird. People think they're like a bit nuts or they're a bit strange. But whenever they're interacting with people, I think it's actually kind of quite wholesome, because it means like you know, in the West, like in Britain, it's we can be very passive aggressive. You know, we can be polite, but it's like a very dismissive politeness. It's like, oh yeah, you do that kind, but it's very condescending kind of thing. You know, like it's hard to read emotions sometimes unless you're raised in certain Western societies, like what people actually mean by the way they're saying it. Whereas like in Belarus, it seemed to be like if a person's smiling or if they're laughing or something, it's because like that's what they actually feel, because they're very emotionally expressive when not that they need to be, but when they want to be. Whereas you know, it's hard to explain. It was just a very interesting dynamic that I kind of picked up on while I was out there. Like I say, I've interacted with Russians and Ukrainians in London and gotten a hint of it, but then to see it like in its native domain as well, and it's kind of quite endearing whenever you sort of cotton on to that. and then you start to speak to them, and then like they're very hospitable towards you, or they're very accommodating, or they're very interested in you, and you know it's like, oh well, that's genuine, because like you understand this sort of dynamic where they're only emotionally expressive whenever they want to be, whereas if they weren't interested, or if they they wouldn't be, but it makes it feel a bit more not special, because it sounds a bit gay, but it makes it feel a bit more, as opposed to the West, where like everyone is smiling from half their face is smiling, but they actually hate you, and there's all these weird social conventions, and people talk behind your back, but they'll be nice to your face and stuff. Then you go out there where it seems to be like, it's just they smile when they have reasons to smile, and when they don't smile, well, they don't have a reason to smile, kind of thing. So it was a very, very interesting dynamic to see it like properly out in its native terrain, as it were. But that was, what was that the lead on to? I would show you stuff from the firing, the actual proper shooting we did, but I think I still need to download it from the guy who sent it to me, and I don't want to risk that with my Wi-Fi phone. But I'm sure you've all seen this picture. I got the AK-74M. There was a Dragunov, an SVD Dragunov. I was able to put some rounds downrange with. Can I get that? Did I download that? Like I say, if my regular internet was working, I'd be able to show you these videos, because I'd have them all pre-downloaded. But with this hotspot internet, I don't want to download one of the big files in case it just completely crashes out the stream. I've got stills. I can show I'll show the stills, but I'm afraid the actual footage of it will probably have to wait. Yeah, so I could show you some stills of the shooting we did. The shooting was, I'm not gonna lie, it was very expensive for what I was expecting it to be. I think it was something like 5 rubles per round on some of the guns. So it's me with the 74. This was a little bit annoying, like all the rifles and stuff. I could understand for like the bigger rifles and stuff, but they like had them tied to these bags in this frame. Even I didn't fire any of the handguns or revolvers, but even the handguns and revolvers, they like clipped them onto this frame. It was a bit I thought that, especially considering how much we were paying for it, I thought that was a little bit much, shall we say. But these guys, the Belarusian guys who were showing us the weapons and stuff, I got the sense they were all pretty much ex-military, bunch of obnoxious English-speaking Westerners turn up. They probably thought like, yeah, these guys are probably like retards, so we'll give them the retard treatment. But that's me with the SVD, which was really cool to shoot. Really enjoyed it. I wasn't meant to shoot it. I wasn't meant to shoot the SVD. I don't know quite how it worked out, but they gave us somehow I was able to put 5 rounds down that, because I actually only paid to fire I think it was about 10 rounds out of the Mosin the gun, and then a bunch out of the 74. But somehow I ended up being able to put a few rounds downrange on the SVD. So that's when the guys with us with the SVD, then I was able to put some rounds downrange on the Mosin, which was cool. So unfortunately, I don't have video of it. Like, well, I do, but I dare not download it at the moment. I'll save it for one of the dedicated videos. whenever my actual internet starts to come back up. But then some of the cool, so big Soviet mural right above the KFC. So this is next to Zibitskaya, which, just to give you an idea of the geography of this place. So that mural is here. So that's the KFC. But I know it. I will always remember it as the place coming up to Zibitskaya. So that's the big Soviet mural there. Over here is like the old town, but this area just around here is, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of it, but Zibitskaya. And this is kind of like the party place. So this is whenever we went out drinking, we always ended up here. Not that I only went out drinking like 2 or 3 times because I was sick, unfortunately, for like most of the first week. But quite fun. I'll have a little story to say about that. But this is like the old town, the recreated-ish old town. So they tried to rebuild what old Minsk would have looked like before it was pretty much completely leveled during the war. Oh, that reminds me. So these buildings I was talking about earlier on. Yeah, I just forgot. This red church and this old Soviet building here. Surprisingly, these are pardon me. These are some of the only buildings, some of the very few pre-war buildings to somehow have survived World War II. So I'm just going to go straight to Wikipedia because it's the best way to show it. But as you can see, this is the Wehrmacht in front of the government building. These buildings here. So this building here is one of the few of the buildings to have survived the war. And there's another picture. Let's see, where is it? There's another better picture. It shows red church as well. I can't seem to find it, but it's a picture of a German general actually standing in front of the... So the statue is new because the Germans tore down the statue at some point in the occupation, but the building itself somehow survived the war, and there's a picture of a German general here waving to passing Wehrmacht soldiers, and you can see the red church in the background. So these are 2 of the very few buildings that somehow survived the war. In fact, sorry, there's a little... I was meant to bring it up earlier on, but autism. Yeah, there it is there. That's the exact. So, yeah, it's near enough the same angle. So, as you can see, just, here you go. Wehrmacht, actually, I think he's SS. There's a church there. It's the government building. It's pretty much the exact same angle, and somehow, yeah. So, that was just a little bit of autism that I... and my own little weird research that I came across. So these 2 buildings somehow were able to survive, but pretty much the rest of the city was completely leveled. But as I was saying, so this is Zibitskaya. This is where we went drinking. We went out drinking in I believe it was called Glass Bar. A very nice woman from a bunch of women from Kazan and Tatarstan there who were very fun. But and this is a picture of the metro. Like, this stuff, I love this stuff. The fact that they haven't torn down any of the old Soviet stuff, and then this is Lenin and Lenin Ploshrod, the metro station. As you can see, apparently it's good luck to rub Lenin's nose, and people have rubbed his nose to polish. So, all very good fun, all satisfying. Love this stuff. There's still so much to say, but so this is the underground supermarket in that same square where that church is. There's like this big underground mall. Also in that mall is where the Lukashenko shop is, where you can buy Look. So this isn't my camera. I was actually very kindly lent this camera by one of the guys out there, very, very generously. So I'm going to take the footage, work with it a little bit, but all the good quality footage and pictures that will emerge for me, muted. What? Am I muted? Do you guys still hear me? Test, test, test. No, I can hear me. So all the good quality footage will come from, this is stuff this guy very generously is sending me that I took while I was out there with the camera. But, so I'm just going through bits of footage that I do have at the moment. It will not in any particular order. That's the... I'm just looking for some... Gonna see what else I might have. Let's head to, and I'm gonna do a specific video on that. So, like, there's lots of stuff I'm like sweeping through, but because I don't have the full video files, you know, I'd be talking about it, but I wouldn't. You're having a lot of fun on the anti-aircraft gun. And that's me with Papa Stalin, Stalin line. A couple more exhibits at the Stalin line. I think we've seen that. Seen these. Oh. Just while I'm struggling to try and meander my way to make a cohesive narrative of anything and anything here. Just if anyone has any questions, any queries or stuff that you'd like to ask me, feel free. I'll try and you know, I was only there for 10 days. But if anyone has anything they want my take on, or if you're thinking of going yourself, what I could advise, do let me know. Just while I'm typical Michael stream, struggling to try and put something together here, just as I. This is stuff there. Oh yeah, this is where I was trying to film, but I was actually just taking still images.
Yeah, it's doing it now.
Yeah. Okay, well, I wasn't aware what the audio on that is going to be, but
Yeah, it's doing it now.
Yeah, so I'll come back and I'll work something on this footage. I'll put them into little videos. I'll make little standalone vlogs and stuff with them whenever I get it all together and I sort myself out, get the internet back. 'Cause I have a lot of. There it is. There's one of those patriotic billboards I was talking about. I have a lot of driving footage because I quite like driving footage. I find it very therapeutic. So I have a lot of that, which I'll put into the video. Some kind that's. Oh yeah, so this is the state flag square. This is a convention center, and then next to that, I'm not too sure if I might have a picture of it. Is Lukashenko's the presidential palace? Yeah. So that's Lukashenko's palace. That's the presidential palace, the Republican palace. That's the convention center. Then next to it is the state flag square. So I'll see if I can find the footage of it. I actually wanted to go up and take some closer pictures of the palace, but I was advised people with guns would probably come out and start asking me what I'm doing. So just pay attention to this building here, just to give you an idea of where this is. So whenever there was the color revolution attempt, obviously the palace was beset by protesters. So here's the famous image of Lukashenko landing in the foreground. There's the big flag, the conference center there. So it's Republic Square. It's in the grounds of the palace there. So just to give you an idea, like that's the Republican palace. So the helicopter would have landed just in there. So this is like the working, from my understanding, it's like his working office. So whenever he's doing the decrees and administering, doing government meetings and the like, or if Vladimir Putin or world leaders and stuff come to visit him, it's all done within this building. Like he did an interview with that Mario Nafal guy. He's that I don't like him. I think he's sleazy, but he's one of Elon's reply guys. That interview was conducted in this palace, so it was quite cool. Like I say, I wanted to go up and get like me naively not being aware of it. Like I would have gone right up to the gates and started like just taking pictures right up against the gates, but I was told like probably not a good idea. I'll probably have a armed man coming out asking me what I'm doing, who am I. But this footage was taken just to give you again an idea of the geography. So here's central Minsk. This is where we stayed. It's actually towards, there it is there. Here, this is another big supermarket, super mall. So whenever I went there, I was actually still basically dying. But I did take... What's this? Is that it?
Okay.
Oh, no. The guy who is driving me about, we went for delicious I was still sick, so I could barely eat any of it, and I felt really bad. But there was like a canteen in there that had like all this traditional Belarusian food, like dranki and pancakes and yogurt food, and it was really good. But I was still like, I think this was the first full day we were there. I think it was. So I was still quite sick and I couldn't eat it all. But in that supermarket there is an ice ring. And I did take some footage on my phone. If I can find it. Again, you know, Michael putting together a well ordered and organized stream. No, I think just the time whenever I need to find it, I don't. No, I apologies for the dead air, but it's not happening. Where did I put it? I hope I did upload it somewhere. It's not. Oh no, there's a video I made whenever I was really drunk. Will not watch that. No, it's gone. There is I'll find it somewhere and probably put it in a video, but there is an ice rink there. And, you know, I don't want to sound weird or like one of those people, but oh, the women in Belarus there's like, they come in two types. There's either your babushka or your women who are in the process of babushkaizing, or they're supermodel. There's like no in between. They're either you look at them and you're like, that's going to be babushka, or else that's going to be like, you know, on the front of the Maxim catalog kind of thing. They take care of themselves. It was winter, so they're all you know, there's a lot more fashion choice whenever in winter clothes. But oh, bro, again, don't want to sound too weird, but long hair. Almost all of them have long, beautiful hair. Really well dressed. Really well turned out. They look after themselves. I only seen like maybe 3 or 4 flat people about that, but just and on this ice ring, like, bro, some of the women on it were like, there was a 7 foot tall, she must have been like 7 foot tall, really, like, I don't want to sound weird, I don't want to be that kind of guy, I'm not that kind of guy, but like, bro, just stunning. Absolutely stunning. And she was like figure skating, and then like you watch, like, we were just sitting here eating our food, looking at this, like, the way the ice rink is set up is like, you have the ice rink and then you've got all the tables for like this restaurant around it, so you eat your food and you watch the people on the ice rink, and you've got like little kids, like 7-year-old girls who are doing like Olympics level figure skating. They're like jumping, spinning in the air. You've got little 6-year-old boys in their full ice hockey gear who are obviously like going to be the next great star of Dynamo Minsk in like 10 years. And it's just astounding. You've got like these kids who are like Olympic level ice skaters in figure skating, ice hockey. And then you've got like just these stunning women who are just like well presented, and they're just skating around the ice, and I'm just sitting here like still like half delirious from the illness, barely eating this food, but just staring at the ice rink, just thinking like, wow, wow, like, insane. Like I quipped to my friend, I found my first wife, who when she divorces me, I've then found my second wife as well on this ice rink. Like the women on the ice rink were just stunning. And then yeah, you had like a bunch of. It was also very wholesome because you had like these little toddlers, like 3 or 4, 5-year-olds, and there you had like these people teaching them. They had like these little, I think they're like penguin shaped aids that they held on to while they were learning the skate, and you had their trainers teaching them the skate. And then we finished our food, and as we went out of the ice rink to go into the actual super mall of the area of the building, you walk by like where they change and they get their kit, they leave their kit while they're out in the ice, and it's just left unattended. All like, I don't know how much ice skates cost, but I can imagine like skating gear is probably expensive, and it's all just left there unattended. They get changed into their stuff, or if they're changing up, they just leave it there because no one steals. And I was just looking at it, I'm just thinking like, if this was in London, there would be a gang of nondescript people with melanin attributes who would be hanging about here stealing everything. And here it is, it's just left unattended because no one steals. Everyone, it was just like I say, this is first full day in Minsk. I'd just come from London where I'd just been pickpocketed and all the other shenanigans that go on, and I'm just sitting here like, this is just so wow, just nuts, incredible. Like I say, just a very eye-opening experience, and that was in this supermarket here. I can't remember why we needed to go there, but I needed to pick something up. But like I say, I was quite sick, still a bit sick from that. But that's where I got the footage of the state flag, this convention center, and that, and then behind it, I believe, the Supreme Court. So this is a very I think this is like the really upmarket part of Minsk. This part, the northwest of it, because you've got Dynamo Minsk. One, you've got the presidential palace. You've got the Dynamo Minsk on down arena. There's a lot of building here. Like you've got a lot of these detached houses and stuff, which are new builds. A bit of the nouveau riche, I think, is going on here. Then, pardon me. There's a lot of Chinese money that seems to be coming in here, building new buildings and stuff. Further out, you have the Robinson Club, which I was very impressed by. I did a little Instagram post on it. Where is it? Here. Which is like, this would be like in Britain. Well, the problem is in Britain, like an elite club is kind of like a London club, but this is where you go to get married or something, or it's like a very high class establishment. So like people would come rent these houses out while they're staying for weddings or business meetings or something. So, it's fairly elite. I believe the guy who took us there said the person who owns it is, he's close to Lukashenko. Oh, have I lost the stream? We back? Yeah, I think we're back. So the guy who owns it, he's close to Lukashenko, and it's like it's very expensive. If this was in the West, very expensive elite club kind of thing. And we went there, and I had Kamchatka crab as a starter, and then I had Kamchatka chowder, Kamchatka crab chowder as the main. So there was 3 of us, 3 men. We had 2 courses each, and I think we had about 3 rounds of drinks between us. I think it was around about 3 rounds. Like I say, this is an elite club, and it came for a 2-course meal for 3 men with around about 3 courses of drinks. And it came to about £80 for all of us. And like the same thing back in Britain, you're probably talking hundreds of pounds. It's just nuts. It's nuts how far money seems to go out there. So that was this place. And then there was another restaurant, which I believe is in the same sort of direction. The Swan. Yeah, this place here. Obviously, it's not been fixed here. We had an amazing meal here, which was I can't remember what the cost was, but I think there was 4 or 5 of us. But I can remember, like, this is the kind of place where you would expect, like, whenever Putin comes to Minsk, this is the kind of place you would expect him to eat. And I can remember it came like stupidly cheap, so I had the pavlova, borscht, and I actually don't think this is mine. Whose is this? This is a different place. But the food out there, just second to none. Like Michelin star quality restaurants, but for like insanely cheap prices compared to like the West or something. It's just, like I say, eye-opening. Completely eye-opening. So very, very impressed. Just nuts. So what are the women like? Tons of makeup and Western looking or more natural? So, like I say, 2 tiers: babushka, on the road to babushka, or supermodel. I didn't really notice any women who were like overly make-upped, in like the British sense where they're like a weird parody. I did see a couple women, and this seems to be like a very Slavic thing where they do that weird thing with their lips. They get that injection in their lips, and their lips like just expand and become like weird parodies. I only seen 2 women like that, but generally, like most of them, I would say like very well presented, dressed very nice, long hair, very well kept. You compared to like how British, Irish women like present themselves, just like another class. Just like genuinely like wow. Not that I was out there because I'm not that kind of guy, but not that I was out there picking up women every night or something, but but from just seeing them, the couple of girls that we seen in the bar and stuff, just like completely different class. Very little population density in Belarus, very little traffic. Yeah, like I say, in terms of like area size, you're probably talking about an area more or less about the size of Britain. Obviously, Britain has coastlines and mountains, but it is a sizable country, but there's less than 10 million people here, and just under 2 million of them live in Minsk. So it is a bit of a depopulated country, but I think it's a bit more to the benefit of it. You should apply for asylum in Belarus. I was, whenever we were going for the exit check, I almost claimed asylum. So bad. Do you think Minsk would be a good future alternative tourist destination like Budapest or Prague? Yes. I think Minsk is probably the best place I've ever been. I wasn't too hot on Prague whenever I went there with Felix. I thought it was actually a bit too expensive, and I could see the rot had really set in. You could see groups of that demographic in the city hanging about, doing what they do wherever they go, kind of thing. I seen that in Prague. Didn't see it much in Budapest. Before I went to Minsk, I'd say Budapest has been the best place I've ever been, but Minsk, just completely different class. That's not to say Budapest isn't good. I would say if you're looking somewhere cheap and somewhere very good, Budapest definitely. It's a lot easier to access than Minsk, but let's say if flights and stuff were returning to sanctions and flights and stuff, come back to Belarus, definitely Minsk. If anything, if you're an EU national or a British national, I would highly recommend it. Getting there is a little awkward. You have to get the bus. Depends on what things are like at the border, or you could fly via Istanbul, then to Minsk that way. But my experience is going via the bus. But generally, if you're looking for like a cheap, interesting place to go, I would recommend Minsk. I don't want it to become like a tourist destination because I don't like British tourists. There's a reason I don't go to Spain. There's a reason I've never been to Malaga or Magaluf or Tenerife or a place like that. I despise British people when they go abroad. I don't like the whole I go abroad to get pissed and have a shag kind of thing. That's really low class. I think people who do that should actually have their passports taken away from them kind of thing. So I don't want Minsk to become that kind of thing. It shouldn't be a place where people go to have like a stag do kind of thing. If you're into your history, your politics, or if you're just looking for a nice, clean, cheap place to go for a few drinks and stuff, I'd say Minsk. But with the caveat that it is, like, they are very clear, like, this is their country. You cause a problem if you're obnoxious or something like that, they will make you aware of it. And if you are a problem, like, if you fall like foul of the law or something, they'll come down hard on you, and then you'll be kicked out of the country and never return, which is good. You can't fault them for that. I wish our country did that a lot more. But it is a different outlook on the way like borders, countries, people should act out there. But definitely, if you're not aggressive when you're drunk, if you're not obnoxious, if you're not a dickhead, I'd say definitely Belarus and Minsk is a very good place to go. So like I tentatively I'm thinking of going back in the autumn. And actually on our way leaving Belarus, we actually got speaking to an Irish guy who lives in Bobrusk, who's actually invited us down to stay with him when we go back. So I'm looking to try and get in contact with him because I like Minsk, and there's still a lot more in Minsk I'd like to see. It's the kind of thing you just don't have enough time, but I also want to see more. We did do a little bit of traveling outside of Minsk. We went down to Mir and we went up to see Hatun, but I want to see a bit more of Belarus outside of Minsk. I kind of felt a bit bad, the old expression, people go on a holiday to another country, but they only effectively go to like London or like the capital city. And, you don't really see the country that way. So I'm very much looking forward to next time I go back, to seeing a bit more of Belarus outside of Minsk. So, and £5 from the other side. Thank you very much, bro. You shouldn't need to donate anything at all, honestly. Thank you so much. You should go at Benidorm at least once, if only to witness it. No, I do not want to witness it at all. Why would you want to witness a bunch of dickheads get so drunk they don't remember what they got drunk over? Just, no. If there's a place in Spain I'd like to go to, it would be probably Madrid, maybe Seville and Toledo. I have no interest of going to like the party locations. Like I say, whenever I travel, I like to go to places where British and Irish people don't tend to go, because even in Minsk, I have this thing. Felix, I love Felix so much, but he has this habit whenever we went to Warsaw or we went to Prague and he wanted to do like a group meetup or something, it was in the British pub or it was in the Irish bar, and I'm just like, no. Just no. I left these countries for a reason. I'm not looking to go to the British bar. I'm not looking to go to the Irish pub. I'm not looking to hang about and meet the British people in Minsk who are there if they get pissed, or, I'm not here to hang about with the Irish pisshead in Budapest. Like, no, I'm not here for that. If I wanted to do that, I can just go down the high street whenever I'm at home. I'm looking to get away from those people. I despise those people. Just, no. Not something I wish to experience anywhere. Any plans on going east like Kazakhstan or Mongolia? None as of yet. Kazakhstan would be cool, but I can't say I've had it on the cards. Like I say, I was thinking of going to Georgia or Serbia this year, but the offer for Belarus came up and I could not say no to it. So I would advise going to Kosice in eastern Slovakia. It's only an hour on the bus from Uzhhorod in Ukraine. Maybe. At the moment, if I'm doing any traveling again, it's going to be back to Belarus. Very taken with the place. Just blown away by it. Like I say, I'd like to explore potentially actually buying some property out there if that's possible, because I think Belarus is the kind of place, if you're done with the West, which I basically am, if you don't see any hope, if it's like you're clocking out, which is what I want to do, Belarus is a place I think you could do it. Obviously, sanctions are a bit of an issue. Getting money in and out can be a bit of an issue, but I'd like to see Moscow. I'd like to see Russia, where I was kind of exploring the idea of maybe getting a day or two on the train, because we were staying pretty much right across from the train station. I was thinking like maybe we could do a day trip to Smolensk or something, but then the visa issues and stuff come in. So love to see Russia. Also like to see Ukraine and stuff, but we'll have to see how things go there. But I'm very impressed with Belarus. Like in terms of what I would look for as a place to live and settle down, I think Belarus is the place to do it. If you have an income from the West and you're able to put it into Belarusian rubles, I think you will live well in Belarus. So, were your autism needs satisfied while in Belarus? Yes and no. I need more of it. I need to go back. Genuinely very happy. I actually lost weight out there. From eating so much and walking so, like I ate a fair bit whenever my appetite came back, but in terms of just walking, I actually lost a couple of kilos, which is good because I want to lose about 10 kilos by the time I go back. But very, very, very happy. And the food out there as well. Another thing is like, because Lukashenko is like he micromanages everything, is like, there's no preservatives in the food. So like whenever the first day we were out there, because I was sick, I was like, well, I'm going to eat some oranges and get some vitamin C into me. Never ended up doing it. But after 3 or 4 days, like the oranges were completely rotted through. But because there's no preservative out there, like none of the foods have like weird chemicals and stuff in it. But it tastes, I actually think they probably taste better. Like the Belarusian version of McDonald's, McBY, genuinely, like the portion sizes were bigger, for like maybe a fifth of the price, and the food actually tastes better than like the McDonald's you get in Britain. I don't want to be that person who goes out to McDonald's, but it's not McDonald's, it's McBY. But like the chips tasted better, the burger was bigger, tasted better, everything, just like all the food I had out there tastes better than what you get back in Britain. And probably healthier as well, because like I say, it doesn't seem to have like these weird chemicals in it. It all seems to be as organic as possible, because as my autism is for like politics and history and Soviet stuff, like Lukashenko's autism is for like agriculture and food. And he's like he tries and keeps like all these weird chemicals and stuff out of food in Belarus. I'd recommend visiting Armenia while you're in Georgia. Again, Armenia would be cool to see, and like I say, I was thinking of going to Georgia this year, but that's kind of now been pushed back because I want to go back to Belarus. I've got plans. This is so disappointing. My little adventures are more impressive. Okay. If you're ever visiting Moscow, I would be happy to provide housing. Oh, thank you. I always like it whenever random people in foreign countries offer for me to come and stay with them. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Does anyone else have any stuff they want to throw at me while I'm here? Minsk World Project, apparently named at sub-districts. I'm not too sure about the sub-districts, but I do know like each of the apartment buildings are named after like a world city. So like one of the apartments there will be called London, another one will be called New York, Baltimore, Moscow, Beijing, stuff like that. So I guess it would make that would make this sub-districts would then be named after continents, and then the apartments in the sub-districts would be named after cities there. Did you get harassed by the British government coming back? Surprisingly not. That was more my concern. I was more concerned that I would have more trouble coming back to Britain. by the British state than I would by the Belarusian state. That was always more my concern. Obviously, I did have a little bit concerned going into Belarus because I didn't know what to expect and we'd heard all these stories. But once I was in, I was like, look, this no problem in Belarus. But I always had it in the back of my mind, and I had a couple contingencies that I took care of. That that if there was going to be trouble on the trip, it would be coming back to Britain. That was always my concern. Surprisingly, thankfully, I don't know, maybe it's because I was traveling on a non-British passport as I went through border control, but no, there was no issues coming back, thankfully. How's Belfast doing? Not too sure. I only ever drive through it. Opinion on new DPRK architecture. I'm afraid I would not know much at all about it. So let me just check the Telegram because I know some people for some reason think they interact in chat. Via Telegram than they do actually in chat. Oh, that was. I mean, there's. Yeah, it's coming into my head all kinds of stuff that I've been meaning to say, but like I did have a bit of medical work done out there, which I was very pleasantly surprised by. So I need some work done on my teeth. I've gone to a dentist in Northern Ireland. I went in October. And they put me down on the list and they said to get back. I went back in December. They said, look, you're still on the list. We'll get in touch with you. And I went back at the start of February. You're still on the list. We'll come back to you. So I was like, well, this is, you know, I have an issue with one of my teeth. It's kind of causing me havoc. Like, this is, you know, typical NHS kind of stuff. So I went out whenever I was in Belarus. Probably should have done it on the first day, so I didn't have the full procedure that I needed doing. This is what I'll probably do whenever I go back, but I need some work done on a couple of my teeth. But very kindly, there was a Belarusian woman out there who's very kindly was translating and helping whenever we needed help on stuff. She took us into a private clinic, and I was very impressed by it. So I was expecting I'd go into this private clinic and they'd do a quick diagnostic and then I'd come back maybe a day or two later. No, I went into the dentist. Look, it's kind of a bit embarrassing because the dentist was herself, probably spoke better English than any dentist I'd see in Britain. And she didn't speak really any English at all. But very attractive dentist. Like pretty much all the women in Belarus are like I say, babushka or stunning. So it was very attractive dentist, and her had a quick look, said, okay, look, we can't do the full procedure because it'll take about a week and a half because of the medicine and stuff I'd need to have it properly done. But what they can do is they can like do a little bit of work on my teeth, give it a good, I don't want to say clean because that sounds bad, but you know, like the plaque and stuff that builds up over time around your teeth. I didn't have too much of it, but she said, look, we can clean that out, have your teeth pretty much, give it your teeth like a good proper clean, descale it and stuff. And I was like, okay, do I come back in the next couple of days? She's just like, no, we'll do it here now. Whereas like in Britain, like that kind of thing, it'd be like, okay, you go in for, well, I wouldn't know because I haven't been to the I still haven't heard back from the dentist, but I'd imagine like in Britain, is you go to the dentist, you know, like I did, and I say, look, I've got a problem with my teeth. Can I get put on the list? Like 6 months later, I'm still waiting to hear from them. And then when I do hear from them, okay, come in, we'll have a look at them. Okay, we've had a look at them. We now know what's wrong. Come back in 3 months kind of thing. Whereas here it was like, okay, in for 20 minutes in the chair. She had a look. Okay, this is what I can offer you here. Okay, let's do it. And then an hour later, did the full procedure on my mouth. And then did I'm not too sure if it's a CT scan or MRI scan or whatever it is, but like did a scan of my teeth, identified the problems that were there, gave me a little write out on what I'd need doing, and it sent me an email with like if I did get to a dentist in Britain or something, I could show them like this email of like, here's the problems, here's what needs done. And, you know, that was all within the space of about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I think it came to about 300 rubles, I think it was about, which is about 300 rubles. I think it was about £80 or something. I was like, you know, in Britain, you know, I'm still waiting, and I'll probably pay £600 for this. So I was very pleasantly surprised. So the next time I go out in the Belarus, first day, I'd hope to try and, you know, make touch base to get the full procedure I need done on my teeth done. But like in terms of medical tourism, especially if you're British, you'll probably do it dentist wise, probably be cheaper and quicker than it would going via dentists in Britain. Now some of the guys out there tell me like the private procedures and stuff they do, like the full blood works and stuff. I think it was either 120 or it was £20. It was one or the other. I can't remember the specific figure, but they said like to do a full blood work and you get the results back the same day for about £20. It was either £20 or £120. I can't remember, but you know, compared to what, you know, I registered at my local GP a year and a half ago, and I'm constantly in there trying to ask, like, can I just like, I just want to have a checkup. I've not had interactions with doctors in about 8 years. And whenever I first tried to sign up for the GP, they were saying, well, you've lived outside of Northern Ireland for so long, and it's been so long since you had contact with a GP. We need you to sign up as if you're like a new immigrant off the boat. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? So if I am like doing a regular trip out to Belarus or something, I'm thinking I'll probably just do like regular health checkups or something while I'm out there. So if you need like health tourism or something, I'd highly recommend exploring Belarus as well, because like I say, from the British example, the doctors and medical staff you'll deal with in Belarus, you'll do it a lot faster. Obviously, the NHS is quote unquote free, but will probably be done a lot faster. The people who will deal with you, even if they don't speak English, will probably speak better English than anyone you'll deal with in the NHS. And I have a high degree of confidence I'll probably not pick up MRSA or some other god-awful fucking disease dealing with a private clinic in Belarus than I would if I go into like a British hospital or the NHS or something. So if you're looking for like medical stuff, from my short experience of it, from just a bit of dental work, very impressed. And you know, I hope to go back and probably have a full diagnostic, get the full procedure on my mouth done, but also like have a full health rundown as well. So that's my experience there. So was it easy to navigate daily life in Minsk, or did you need to download a million apps? I personally found it okay. Like I say, if people don't speak English, you can you know, as long as it's not it's £20. Blood work is cheap. Yeah, so it's £20 for a full, like, to have your blood taken and for a full checkup. So but sorry, the previous question, I didn't have too much problems, but I know a little bit of Russian. I know a little bit of Cyrillic, so I can sort of handle my way around. But like it was hit or miss if it worked or not. But like I downloaded, I think it was like Yandex Translate for anything a bit more complicated. But generally, like if a person doesn't speak English, as long as it's not overly complicated, like if you're just getting something from the shop or stuff like that, it wasn't too bad. I found myself quite able to navigate. The other thing, like I said earlier, I was pleasantly surprised by how much of Russian little bits of Russian here and there that I understood. I was very pleasantly surprised by that. So not saying that I'm going to take up learning Russian permanently or something, because I'm not very good in a classroom. I kind of learn by doing. And that's always kind of been my experience, is like I learned a bit of Mandarin from my experience with a Mandarin speaker. I picked up a little bit of Hungarian from being out in Budapest. Picked up a little bit of Polish from being in Warsaw. I learned by being immersed in the society, so I've picked up a bit more Russian, and I feel a bit more confident in using some terms in Russian by being out in Minsk. And I like the language. I like hearing the language. I like the alphabet. I like seeing the Cyrillic alphabet whenever it's written. And like I say, it's nice whenever you... So like at every bar and restaurant, they'll have like a little closet thing where you put up your coats or your bags or something, and always be a little babushka who worked in them. And, you know, I always felt a little tinge of like happiness. So like, you know, you'd put her stuff in there, she'd give you a little ticket, you come back at the end of the night, you give her the ticket, she'll hand you your stuff back, then you give her 5, 10, 20 rubles. I got into the habit of giving them 20 rubles because, you know, 20 rubles is basically nothing to me, but, you know, you give 20 rubles to the little babushka and the coat hold, what's the specific term? I'm having an aneurysm, but you give 20 rubles to the babushka in the little coat holder place, and you see her face light up, and it makes her night. And, you know, like, that's 20 rubles. I'll go far for her. That you know, as well as the other money she makes, that you know, you just see the smile on her face, and then she's like, "Oh, spasibo bolshoy, spasibo," and you're just like, no, and then, you know, it's stuff like that I liked. You know, you try to speak a little bit of Russian to them, and they're very appreciative. You know, it's not just a case like, oh, look, I don't speak Russian, so I'm just going to speak English to you and hope you understand, kind of thing. Like some of the people I interacted with, they were very happy and they were very excited that you tried to speak a bit of Russian to you, or if they spoke English, they're very, like I say, the guy at the airport, the young guy, was very, very happy, very excited to try practice his English on us. And then some of the taxi drivers were great, especially the older ones. Like, there was this old guy, spoke just a little bit of English, and he's like, "Oh, where are you from?" And we're like, "Oh, Großbritannien." And he's like, "Oh, Anglichani," and he got really excited. He got so excited he called his daughter, who spoke English, and we're in the back of this taxi as this guy's driving us out. I think it was to the hockey game, and he put his daughter on the phone to us, and she was speaking English to us, and like saying, "Yeah, my dad's very happy to speak English with English speakers," and it was just very quaint and very wholesome. And this guy's very happy, and like, we're speaking to his daughter on the phone. And then there was another guy. I think his name was Nikolai or something. He was a taxi driver, and he was telling us, like, he was a border guard in the Soviet Union. He served away out in Sakhalin Island above Japan, and he learned English in the Soviet army, and he's just like so happy to speak to us. Like, he was just so, like, probably the best taxi ride I've ever had. He was so excited to speak with us. He was telling us about, like, oh, my time in the Sovietsky army in Sakhalin, and then I went to Germany in the 80s and all this kind of stuff. And he's then telling us, like, asking us, "Oh, what are you doing in Belarus?" And he was like, "Belarus, good country. We have good president and Lukashenko." And like, yeah, I think Lukashenko's a good president. And he's like, "Well, so what are you doing here?" And it's like, "Oh, we came out tourism." And he's like, "Oh, tourism. You know, I'm tourist as well. I went to Sochi." And he got his phone out, and he's showing us, like, he's still driving with one hand, and in his other hand, with his thumb, he's like skipping through the photos, showing us his holiday pictures of him in Sochi. And it's like I said, they're very reserved people, because, you know, they're Slavs, but whenever you have a rapport with them, they open up. They're very accommodating. They're very happy to speak to you. And I didn't have a bad experience with pretty much any of them. In fact, I didn't have a bad experience at all. Everyone was just, whenever you speak to them, you have that rapport with them. They're very, you know, like, that's what I mean. Like, whenever they show emotion to it, it has a bit more weight to it, because it seems that they mean it more, as opposed to in, like, Britain, or, you know, where everyone kind of smiles, but you know, you don't know. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain the dynamic. I'm sure some people might get what I'm speaking about. Like, in Britain, you know, people smile half smile out with their mouth. you know, they'll smile to you in your face but hate you behind your back kind of thing. But in Belarus, I always got the sense like if a person was smiling, it's because they really meant it. They were happy. There was a reason for them to smile. It wasn't just like an obligation or like a social norm for them. It's like if they showed emotion, it's because it meant more. It felt more. Which was very nice. It was very quaint and very wholesome. You know, you interact with these people and they're very. And the other thing is like they're very. You know, I'm like of the mindset, like I'm coming from Britain where my government is constantly like trying to go to war with these people. They're constantly saying they're this, they're that, this place is evil, this country is a dictatorship, these people aren't European, they're trying to genocide, it's this, that, everything. And then you go there and you speak to them and they're, you know, you build that rapport to them and they're very happy that you're there. They're like, no, they're very happy that we'd come to see Belarus. They were happy to like see that, oh well, these are people who don't hate us, like they, you know, thank you for coming to see what we're like, to see that we're not these demons and stuff like this, which, you know, obviously I never thought that to begin with, but they were very eager to get across their point of view that, you know, like, look, we aren't these monsters, we are, you know, we are European, we do feel part, you know, we are human and stuff like this. And I really, you know, it's just, like I say, I really enjoyed it. It was very eye-opening. And I really enjoyed my time there. And I want to definitely go back, see a bit more of the country. But like, even more is like, I'll show you some pictures and then I'll wrap it up after this. Because I'm approaching the 6-hour mark and I'm sure, pardon me, you guys aren't eager to just sit here and watch me show holiday pictures all the time, but where did I save them? So there was a day out there. It was the national day of the, I believe it was either the police or the military police. It was something. So right, let me save. So, the Canadian guy I mentioned earlier, he is being Canadian, a big fan of hockey. So pretty much anytime there's a hockey game, he is there. So he went up to a hockey game and then he put in the little group chat that we have that there's a big military display up at the arena. So I was like, yes, we're doing that. So we went up to have a gander at this thing, and I'm just saving all the stuff now. In hindsight, so I did do a hockey game. I haven't really mentioned it at all, which I should have. I'm probably going to do a little dedicated video on it, but we went to a hockey game. In a retrospect, we should have gone this day because apparently this day there was like Belarusian VDV were like paratrooping into the stadium from the rafters and all kinds of crazy and cool stuff happened at it. So we went up to this stuff. So here's me in a BTR, which was, you know, covering the stuff I do in the Telegram channel. Actually sit in one of these things was like really cool. It's me with the PKM. So like I'm an English speaker. I don't speak Russian, but we're going up and you got all these, you know, and I am conscious, like, you know, my country is constantly trying to start war with these people. Like my country is a hostile country to these people. And then you go up and then one of the guys in uniform beckons you over. And I'm like, he gestures to go into the tank. And it's like, look, niet Belaruski, niet Ruski. And he's like, oh, he actually spoke to me in English. And he said, if you want to go into the BTR, if you want to go hold the guns, you're welcome to do it. So, and I'm like conscious, you know, like here it is, like Belarusian soldiers, military police. saying to like people from a hostile country, like, knock yourself out, just go in, have a look around all the stuff. And I really appreciated that. Obviously, because I really like the stuff that's, you know, I'm into this stuff to begin with. But we got speaking to some of the conscripts as well here, some of the young guys who are doing their national service. Some of them spoke very good English, and we had a very good chat with one of them. And he was like saying, "Oh, what do you come to Belarus for?" And like tourism and all this kind of stuff. We had a very good chat with him, and he said, he said, what do you come to Belarus for? He's like this 20-year-old guy. He's just doing his national service. And I said, well, my government says that your country is evil, so I think my government is wrong and wanted to see myself. So, like, you know, this place is like a dictatorship and authoritarian, but then he comes out with quite this you know, humorous quip where he goes, yeah, well, when my government says something, I know it must be true. And it's like we had a joke about it. So, like, even, you know, for like this authoritarian dictatorship, like even here, like they have jokes amongst themselves about it and stuff like this. But we had a great chat with this young kid doing his service, and we went round to like I don't have any pictures of it as such, but we went round and there's like they were doing a drone display of where like the Belarusian army obviously has learned from what's happening in Ukraine, so they're doing FPV drone training. So we went round to the stand, and again, like, I'm very conscious, like, I am a British national. I'm from a country that's like constantly aggravating to go to war with these people. But yet the guy at the drone stand speaks English again. He's like, look, do you want to see what drones are like? What drone warfare is like? And I was like, yes. And he puts on like the FPV drone visor thing. And he's like, his other guy, his colleague, is holding the drone and like steering it about in his hand. So obviously not flying it, but so you see what it's like as it's flying about, as if you're controlling the drone itself. And they're showing us like the electronic warfare stuff that they use for the drones. What I mean is, like, you know, this is a closed society, quote unquote. This is a dictatorship. Everything's shielded. So, you know, there's KGB and stuff. Yeah, we're open, you know, we're English speaking. We come from perhaps the most hostile country to these people outside of like the Poland and the Baltic states. And yet the soldiers, the police at this affair obviously know we must be British at the very least, or, you know, we're English speaking. So we come from an inherently like hostile country to them, but yet they couldn't do enough to accommodate us. They were happy to show us about. They were very eager to show us about. And, you know, I'm just constantly going back to, like, you know, the Home Office got the Foreign Office guidelines, where it's like, do not travel to Belarus because you'll be arbitrarily detained. You might not return from your life. And I'm like, I'm here. And I am safer here than I am anywhere in Britain. And these people cannot do enough to accommodate. They are happy to speak to us. They are willing to accommodate us. They want us to see what they're like here. And it's just like, you know, being from a Western country, I think pretty much, especially if you're following me and you're in my community, you understand this inherent deceitful nature in government and political discourse, in social interactions, that is just inherent in Western countries. But then to actually, you know, be told all this stuff, see it day in, day out, Russia's evil, Belarus is evil, we need to go to war with these people. These people are about to invade half of Europe. These people are orcs, they're subhuman, they're this, they're that. Then you go there, and like I say, I had a reverse Yeltsin moment where I went there and I was like, this place works better, functions better, is safer, is cleaner. The people seem to live better than what Britain is like. And it's just night and day. I can't recommend it enough. So like I say, if you're holding EU passport or a British passport, I you know, with the caveat, don't try and bring anything stupid through the border. If you are interviewed at the border, they will go through your phone. They will ask you about your views, but as long as you don't have anything stupid and you don't come with any untoward ulterior motives about the place, once you get through the border, like, you'll have no problems. I'm genuinely impressed, genuinely enjoyed it. We did have an issue with registration, but so generally, like, if you're staying in a place, you stay longer than 10 days, you're meant to register so the government kind of knows where you are, because you are a foreigner there. And it's not like Western countries where migrants and foreigners are put above the natives. The government, it does want to have an idea where people are, so you are meant to register beyond 10 days. There was a bit of an issue. Our apartment manager, whoever was doing that, kind of screwed us over in that. We had to sort it out ourselves. But even that, mostly thanks down to the very kind and very generous Belarusian woman who helped us through that. We generally didn't really have much of a problem. My colleague did. I didn't have much of a problem. But we all got it sorted out in the end. So generally, I can't praise the place enough. If you are looking for a different place to travel to with a EU or British passport, highly recommend Belarus. Just with the caveat, just be wary at the border. Don't have anything untoward. Again, if you have American visas or something in the passport, they might ask you about them, stuff like that. But personally, I had no issues at the border, but that was just me for whatever reason. The person I was traveling with, he did for a little bit, but they interviewed him. That was the height of it. But like, genuinely can't praise Belarus enough. Highly recommend people, especially Europeans, especially Western Europeans. With, if you're in my community, you're probably going to have a certain political disposition. Highly recommend Belarus as a place to go and see. Completely different outlook on life. And like I say, state functions, basic state services work. It's safe, it's clean, it's cheap. They're very patriotic. I don't want to say it's a model, because each country should have its own model to look towards. But if Britain looked a little bit more like Belarus, I think Britain would be a far better place to live. But that's just my 2 pence. Very, very happy with my experience there. Only frustrated by the fact that I had to come back. And what is going on with this? I just dropped out the stream. You still streaming? Okay, should be back. Sorry, I'm not too sure what's going on there, but yeah. There's still so much more I could say, but like, I'm approaching 4 hours here, and I'm sure you guys can only tolerate me talking about my fun times on holiday so much. But if you are going to, I would recommend follow me on Instagram, because I'll be putting stuff up on the Instagram. And on, not really going to be doing, do little bits here and there, but do follow me on my X account as well, because I do have bits and pieces from Belarus going up on there. And on my YouTube, like I say, I'm hoping to put up a couple of standalone videos on Belarus, little mini documentaries and stuff that I've seen, places I visited, and I might do like a full length, proper dedicated video on it. But Instagram, I'll be putting up some videos and stuff of what I seen, videos and pictures in post there. So I'm trying to wind down from the constant holiday stuff posting on the Telegram. So I'll be going mostly towards the Instagram and the Twitter. So you should visit Minsk on VE Day. That was what I originally, so whenever this was offered to me, I did kind of try the push for that. But the guy I was traveling with, the benefactor who paid for it all, they were adamant that it needed to be sooner rather than later. They didn't want to put it off too long. So I think it was good in February, the end of February. So we had the first couple days of proper, well, what I perceived to be proper winter, the snow and everything. And then after that, it was very rapidly like early spring. The snow melted, the fields were starting to turn golden. So I think that was a happy medium. Personally, I would have loved to have gone in May. That, you know, for Victory Day, would have adored that. But it wasn't my place to dictate. Like I say, I this was very generously, and I'm extremely grateful for it. Very generously offered and paid for me the accommodation and travel, so it wasn't my place to dictate when and where. But certainly next year, if I could swing it, maybe you know, I'd like to go out. I want to go, like I say, I want to go out in the autumn, because I think that's a happy medium between the height of the summer and before the winter comes in. But next year, definitely, if I can swing it, I would like to go out for Victory Day at the height of summer, see what Belarus is like in summer, May, June, July kind of thing. And then I'd also like to go out like in the dead of winter, late December, early January. So I'd like to see what the weather, because it does seem that place where the seasonal weather is seasonal, where warm, really warm summers, very cold winters, as opposed to, you know, Britain, where it's just grey and muggy all the time. So registration thing is also made so that if you have issues, both legal and medical, the state would know where and how to reach you. I can imagine that would make sense. But I saw they train school kids too. They have an entire Wagner PMC to train them. I didn't go into it, but I did pass the hotel where Yevgeny Prigozhin stay. Oh, that was the other thing. There was one night I got really drunk. I'm not going to go too far into the story, but I got really, really drunk. And I was with a bunch of the guys, and we were in some bar, and then there was this woman who started taking the drinks I was buying, and I didn't know who she wasn't with us. She just started taking the drinks. So I bought a round of like these vodka infused flavored drinks, which apparently are popular out there. You take shots of them and you don't really taste the alcohol of it. So we were going through these, and then I bought a round, and then this random woman started drinking them all. I went to the toilet. I cannot remember what happened, but apparently she went on to split her head open. I was not there for that. I went to the toilet, then I can't remember what happened next. I was in a different bar. And then there was a woman there speaking to me in English, but she was Russian, saying her husband was a member of Wagner. Then there was a bunch of guys around me who were off-duty Russian soldiers who had just come back from Ukraine. And they were showing me pictures of them in Ukraine. And then there was a guy who like, I was drunk, so I don't remember the, like, I still don't know what happened. But then there was another guy who was a member. He said he was a member of Wagner himself, and he was showing me pictures on his phone of him with Yevgeny Prigozhin somewhere in Ukraine, and in his combat gear where he had the Wagner insignia. And I can remember, like, I was barely conscious at this stage, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, am I being recruited? Am I about to disappear into the back of a black van? Or then I can't remember what happened next. Then I was walking down the road in front of the KGB office, which is where I then did the whole KGB Dom voice notes to someone else. But I was really drunk, and that's all I remember of that night, and I still don't know how the fuck that came about. I went home, fell asleep, woke up the next day to see voice notes from some of the guys I was out drinking with, telling me like how this woman ended up like splitting her head open. And I was like, I don't remember that, and I wasn't there for that. At least if they said I wasn't there for that, but this woman split her head open, but I was gone by then. I was somehow ended up in some different bar with like members of PMC Wagner and Russian soldiers who were like on R&R from Ukraine. And I was like so fucking drunk. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then can't remember what happened next. And then I'm in front of the KGB building, and I was like, what? Like, I rarely drink. Rarely drink. And even then, I rarely get drunk. Like, I only drink socially, and it's very rare where I will get, like, extremely, like, once every maybe 3 or 4 years where I will get so drunk that I will get drunk, but I tend to, like, control myself where, like, I know I'm drunk, but I'm still conscious of what I'm doing and where I am. Usually whenever I'm off with other people, because I always have this thing where I like to be aware of my surroundings. So it's extremely, extremely rare where I will be so drunk that I don't remember. And that was one of it. And, like, I did that, and then that happens, and I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, that's a random drinking story from me of being out there getting smashed with look, just for any glowies watching this, I was drunk. I did not know who they were. That was not a conscious decision. They could have been joking. They could have photoshopped it. I have no clue if they were Wagner or what, but that was it. I'm happy you liked Belarus. Unironically, I have a friend of noble blood who's officially Belarusian, the most Russian guy I know. Wow, I'm very taken with the place. No more vodka. What's your typical drink? I tend to drink rum. It depends on the situation, on the setting. So if it's just like a social setting, I'll drink beer, but I'm not a big fan of beer. I like spirits more. But if it's a night like that where it's like guys, we're going out on the lash, I'll be spirits. I'll be like rum or vodka or something like that. So, but like I say, I rarely drink, so if there is a drink, it's going to be rum of some kind. But so with that, I'm going to wrap this up because we are 4 hours into this. Where is the YouTube chat? I bet you disabled it. No, it's there. I don't know what this guy's fucking talking about. But so like I say, follow me on the Instagram, follow me on X. If you're not in the Telegram, I'd be surprised if you're watching me on YouTube and you're not following me on Telegram, but that's the Telegram in the chat. That's the X account in the chat. And that's the Instagram in the chat there. So do follow me on these platforms. I'm hoping to try and actually upgrade a bit of my content as time goes on this year. I've got some plans, and I'd like to make this all a bit more sustainable and less haphazard than it has been. But so more Belarus stuff will mostly come out on the Instagram. I'll do some standalone videos on the YouTube whenever I get my internet sorted. But usual programming and Ukraine, Russia, all that kind of stuff will happen on the Telegram. So if you're not following those, please do get on to them. And with that, thank you very much for the guys who donated. Very generous. And hope you guys kind of got something out of this. If you are going to go to Belarus and you're not a fucking weirdo, do get in touch with me, and I might be able to put you in touch with a couple of people who might be able to guide you about a bit more and make your experience a bit more worthwhile. So with that, thank you very much for those who've come along and seen it. I hope it's been a bit enlightening, and I will see you guys sooner rather than later. So with that, auf Wiedersehen, and have a good one.